You gotta hurry.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. We're running about 2 minutes behind, but better late than never. Welcome to the June State Board of Education meeting. It's great to see so many of you here today. We will start with a moment of silence. Thank you. It's always great to start the morning with recognition, so I'm going to kick it over to the secretary as we celebrate.
Good morning. We always like to start our meetings with a spotlight and hear from some of our very talented students that we have across the state of Arkansas. I wish we could have them all come up one at a time and cover every single one. But I recently came across an individual that's doing some really extraordinary work, and I want to introduce Sienna, who's Miss Arkansas's Teen USA for 2024. She's going to recognize our state at national competition, and she recently graduated from Pulaski Academy. So what is exciting about some of the work that she's been engaged in is she's not only just an extraordinary young scholar, she's taken on some initiatives to support her peers around mental health. And she's an actual student ambassador for the National Alliance for Mental Health Illness, which is known as NAMI. And she's working on some really neat projects throughout the summer, and as she's getting ready to go into her next phase of her life and going to college and university to carry on that momentum. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Miss Arkansas Teen USA to the podium.
Good morning. Thank you, Secretary Oliva, for that kind introduction. Esteemed board members, thank you so much for having me here today this morning and for recognizing my passion for mental health, as well as my recent achievement of Miss Arkansas Teen USA. On April 14th, 2024, I had the honor of representing Pulaski County at the Miss Arkansas Teen USA competition. After months of preparation, you can only imagine my excitement walking away that evening with the prestigious title of Miss Arkansas Teen USA. I'm honored to have the opportunity to represent the great state of Arkansas at the National Miss Teen USA competition this coming August. I'm also humbled to be the first ever Indian American to hold this title. I hope I can inspire girls of all diverse origins to go out and follow their dreams. Besides enjoying pageants, I serve as the NAMI National Alliance for Mental Illnesses State Youth Ambassador to advocate for children's mental wellness across the state of Arkansas. I also serve as the president of the Little Rock Mayor's Youth Council, also furthering my mental health initiative. Adolescent mental health is a critical issue that requires our collective attention and action. Driven by my message to effect positive change, I have taken the steps to collaborate closely with schools, libraries, community leaders, as well as political leaders. Whether it's through classroom presentations or my online educational videos, I believe that together we can destigmatize mental health issues among youth. My ask today is to expand my reach to schools all across every county in Arkansas. Whether it's me visiting these schools or mental health professionals, I aim to affect change in mental health in Arkansas. Thank you here for having me today.
Amazing. Thank you so much for coming today. We so appreciate it and appreciate the platform you'll have for Arkansas and for our students here. We'll open it up to board members with additional comments or questions.
But congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you.
And thanks for taking on such an important task.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Look forward to what you do.
And we're going to definitely take you up on your offer to
Okay.
help work with schools and share your wonderful platform. And These are difficult topics and conversations, and you do it with such style and grace that we really want to welcome that opportunity. So thank you for
Yeah.
being here and sharing your work, and we'd love to get a photo with you if that's okay.
Of course.
It's been a weird season.
So when I saw the waivers, I was like, oh, this is awesome. Well, with that, do we have any changes to the agenda from the agency? Great, then we will go ahead and get started with our action agenda. The first item, our waiver request. Ms. Worsham.
Good morning, Board. Hope Worsham, Assistant Commissioner for Public School Accountability. We have 5 districts that have put forward a waiver request for Standard 1A.41, which is the 170-day calendar year. Due to the tornado that affected Northwest Arkansas, they were unable to finish their year. Many of them were in the last few days of that year, just requesting to have that waiver granted so that they can move forward with accreditation this year.
I lived it. I'll move to approve the whole process.
I will, okay, there is a motion and a second. Are there any questions? I know we do have some of the school districts online, and I know that you all have been working so hard to support students and families across the region. Any questions or comments for school districts? Okay, then we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. And we will be thinking about you all as you continue to do that work. Next, you're up again for the accreditation status recommendations.
We do have a few slides just to explain.
And you know what, while we're waiting, I want to double check. I don't see Kathy Rollins on Zoom, but I want to give her an opportunity to speak if I'm missing something. She said she might be a little bit late. Okay, great. Then when we see her, we'll join her. Thank you.
Excellent. So for this item, we are requesting approval of the accreditation status for our school districts in the state of Arkansas. This is an annual process that we go through that is required in law. And so as you know, we have the standards unit here at the department that reviews and investigates any potential standards violations for the state of Arkansas. We do that through a few methods. One is through the Standards for Accreditation tool that we have, a system that's available to us. Kim, I can't move forward on this. The other way that we do that is through on-site monitoring, should that be needed. So my team will on-site monitor as needed, or other teams at the department will do that, and any information from there is flowed back up through my office to then determine if the school is in full accreditation status or not. Okay, there we go. Okay, so again, just required by law, 2 ways that we do that and the ways that we do monitor. So for this past school year, there were several districts that came before the board across the year for different reasons for violations. One was Cutter Morningstar. They were cited back in July. They have met their corrective action plan, so today you will be seeing them requested to be in fully accredited status. Watson Chapel came in October for violations and was put in probation status at that point. They are still in corrective action, so you will see that they are requested to remain in corrective action in this next coming school year. Then we had a group of schools that had a 95% tested violation in 22-23. So that is, they did not test 95% of their students in the 22-23 school year. I'm happy to say that of those districts, everyone that you see on the left actually, based on preliminary data, has tested more than 95% of their students. And I really want to give a shout out to these districts. My team and the assessment team and the school performance team worked jointly with their district testing coordinators, had on-site meetings with them, and all of these districts were able to meet their testing goals and did phenomenal work there. Graduate Arkansas, although they did not meet their 95%, they're at about 60%. They more than doubled the number of students that they were able to reach and assess. And they have a plan in place next year to even increase that number. So I'm confident that across the next year, with the plan they have in place, working with their district, they'll be able to reach that goal next year. But we are recommending that they stay in corrective action so that we can keep that plan in place and support them throughout the next year in doing so. So you have 2 lists that we're asking for action on today. The first list is a pretty extensive list of our districts, which would be in fully accredited status. And then Watson Chapel will remain in accredited probation, and Graduate Arkansas High School would remain in accredited cited status for the coming school year. And I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you. I'll go to my right first. Questions? Mr. Henderson?
Yes, what do you think was what is the contributing factor of Arkansas graduate being able to increase enrollment like that?
Yeah, so for them, it really is a matter of the nature of their program. Much of their program is fully remote. A lot of their students are working, and so just being able to get their schedules to work to be able to test has been a challenge for them. Also, we were able to move to remote testing this year, which we haven't had the availability for previous, and that has actually opened up a lot of avenues for them to be able to test more kids. So they plan to utilize remote testing more next year, so they're not having to have their teachers go all over the state and do testing sites, yeah.
I visited that facility, and they're doing an incredible job there.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I asked.
Yeah.
More questions? Questions to my left? I do want to follow up on Cutter Morningstar.
Mhm.
So they were moved off their probation. I know we had a hearing last summer about that, and that was student enrollment issues.
Correct.
Can you talk to me about what the agency did to monitor them this year to make sure that issue?
Yeah, so we did keep a close eye on their enrollment. We did have a team that went on site 2 different times to look at what's going on in the district to ensure that the issues that we saw before were not present now. And so we were able to confirm that. And then they did complete all of their training, which was part of their corrective action plan, and then correct the coding inside of eSchool, which was also requested.
Okay. Did they have to return any funds?
I will.
Is that, and
Thank
know,
you.
this may not be the most appropriate time to ask it, but wanted to hear
Yeah,
about
Stacy
all that.
Smith, Deputy Commissioner. So funds that had to be returned were returned last year, and that had to do with the alternative learning. The other, the way they had students in the system coded would have resulted in them getting an increase of funding for the new school year, but because it's been corrected, they wouldn't be getting that additional funding. So it's been corrected.
Okay. Good. And then on Watson Chapel School District, the probation status, can you talk to us about the consequences of that at this point in time and what happens if more citations occur in this upcoming school year?
Correct, yeah. So in the rules require that if a district cannot remain in probation cited status for more than 2 years, and if they do remain in that status for more than 2 years, then the board can take additional actions. And there's an entire list of things that could happen there. So our hope is that with Watson Chapel and the support we can provide them over the next year, that we would not have any additional violations. But if they did, there are mechanisms in there that the board can take further action.
Okay, thank you. With that, any additional questions, board members? Okay. So I believe our first item, or do we approve it as one batch, or do we need to approve the 2 issues?
I believe it needs to be 2. Andres, is that accurate?
Okay,
2.
so the first is a recommendation for the final accredited status for school
Correct.
districts.
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second?
A second by Mr. Wood, a motion by Ms. Hunter, sorry. Any questions? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Next, we have the final accredited status, and that's listed with the 2 districts listed.
That is accurate. So that is for Watson Chapel to remain in cited probation, and for Graduate Arkansas High School to remain in, accredited probation for Watson Chapel and accredited cited for Graduate Arkansas High School.
Move to approve the recommendation.
Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Wood. Is there a second? A second by Mr. Henderson. Any questions? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have a request to petition change by the Prairie Grove School District. I did say that right. Great. Thank you, Mr. Rhodes.
Good morning.
Good morning, members of the board. Before you is a petition by the Prairie Grove School District to alter its boundary line with the Lincoln School District. This would be annexing 18 parcels along Kelly Mountain Road. This petition was filed on April 16th, 2024, which is at least 30 days before today's meeting. The Prairie Grove School District published notice of this petition in 2 newspapers in Northwest Arkansas, which includes the Northwest Arkansas Gazette. The Prairie Grove voted to send this item to you on April 16th, the same day that they actually ended up sending it to us. Ultimately, this would result in about $4,000 gain for Prairie Grove School District and about a $6,000 loss for Lincoln School District. As to process, all persons wishing to testify before the state board will take an oath by the chair. Each side will have 15 minutes to present their case, and the petitioning side will have an additional 5 minutes to close. The state board may also allow public comment by other interested parties at its discretion and for a time period determined by the state board. The state board shall then discuss, deliberate, and vote upon the matter proposed by the proposed boundary change. And then when resolving the change petition, you may either grant the petition in its entirety, you may deny the petition in its entirety, you may grant the petition and modify the district's boundary as you see fit, or you may take the matter under advisement to make a final decision at a later date. Once you've come to a decision, we'll put an order together for your signature, and at that point, we'll file it with the county clerk, the Secretary of State, and the GIS office, and then it'll become final. So at this time, I'll turn it over to the Prairie Grove School District.
Okay. So,
Good
on
morning.
Zoom, Superintendent Campbell?
Yes, ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes. If you and anyone else who plans to speak and anyone from the Lincoln School District plans to speak, we need to do an oath for you.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
if you would raise your hand. Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
If you would say, I do. I don't think you can.
I do. I do.
Great. Thank you very much. We will allow you all to proceed.
Good morning. My name is Lance Campbell, and I serve as the superintendent for Prairie Grove Schools. The gentleman next to me is Pete Jinks. He's the Assistant Superintendent for Prairie
Superintendent,
Grove.
if you don't mind, 1 second, we're gonna get the volume up a little bit louder so we can hear you all. I apologize about that. Okay, and we're gonna need you to get a little bit closer to your microphone. We can hear you, but not fully.
Is that better?
A little bit better, a little bit louder, if you could.
So we'll talk louder. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so we appreciate the board giving us the opportunity to hear our petition. At this time, I want to turn it over to Mr. Jinks, and he's going to provide the presentation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Pete Jinks, Assistant Superintendent. I was involved with a lot of these negotiations and discussion with State Board's legal team, and I just wanted to go through some background to give you some background about the events that occurred. On August 15th, 2023, during a regularly scheduled meeting of the Prairie Grove School District Board of Education, parents of students enrolled in the Prairie Grove School District but whose homes were located in the Lincoln School District approached the board, our board, with a heartfelt request. They asked the Prairie Grove Board to consider changing the school district boundaries to include their homes within the Prairie Grove School District's boundaries, a request that underscored their unwavering dedication to their children's education. These patrons explained to the Prairie Grove Board that their children were attending Prairie Grove schools because, given the current road situation, the commute between their homes and the Lincoln School District schools took longer than the commute to the Prairie Grove schools. And to give you some perspective, and I believe there's some maps on there that were part of this package, it's about 19.6 miles from their homes to Lincoln schools compared to 4 miles to Prairie Grove schools. And this 19.6 miles is deceiving because while it is the distance of the route, the students in this area will be the last to be picked up by Lincoln to go to school and the last to be returned home, which means students as young as kindergarten age are on that bus for over an hour. These parents had enrolled their children in Prairie Grove schools using the state school choice protocols, and while these students were approved to enroll in Prairie Grove schools due to school choice, the Prairie Grove School District was not required to provide bus service to these residences to aid transportation for families before and after school. To give some perspective, some of these families have 3 generations of their family that have attended Prairie Grove schools. And furthermore, some of these parents have decided to send their children as kindergartners in June, but that misses the deadline for school choice, which is a May 1st deadline. After this initial conversation was brought forward to the Prairie Grove School District, the school district asked Dr. Campbell to investigate the matter further. And upon the request of the parents of the Prairie Grove School District students, we sent a initial request, was sent to the state school board in the fall of 2023. And there was a summary of the situation, the reasons for the request, as well as maps to describe the area in question. We were contacted by Mr. Andre Rhodes from the Department of Education and Elementary and Secondary Education of the ADE, and he called us in the winter of 23-24. He explained that we need to do a more detailed request to the State Board of Education that included documentation of at least one advertised public meeting for a discussion on the matter and to allow for public comment. Furthermore, the Prairie Grove School District Board of Education needed to approve and submit a formal petition to the Arkansas State Board of Education to consider this request of an adjustment in the school boundaries, district boundaries between the Prairie Grove and Lincoln school districts. After thorough research, including a legal description of the area in question, the Prairie Grove School District held a public meeting on March 12, 2024 to allow public comment on the proposal to move the existing school district boundaries between Lincoln and Prairie Grove. This meeting was a powerful testament to the strong community support, with 5 area residents speaking in favor of the proposal. During these comments, a petition was presented that included 29 signatures of the residents of this area in question, and that favored the boundary change. The unanimous support from the people assembled was palpable, as no one in the attendance group spoke against the proposal. At the regularly scheduled Prairie Grove School Board meeting on March 19, 2024, a motion was made and approved to petition the Arkansas State Board of Education formally. This formal petition A significant step in the process was created to change the school district boundaries between the Prairie Grove School District and Lincoln School District, underlining the situation's gravity and issue's importance. And this change will involve approximately 200 acres of land, including 17 residences. And I believe the gentleman before us talked about the tax implications involved. And I'll turn it back to Dr. Campbell.
And that concludes our presentation. Thank you again for allowing us this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Mr. Rhodes, just the hearing and such, do we hear from Lincoln now, or do we do questions first?
So it'll be an opportunity for the Lincoln School District to present as well in defense, and then 5 additional minutes for the petitioning party. Now, if they don't want to say anything further, then at that point, but you can ask questions anytime. So,
Okay.
yeah. I don't know if the Lincoln School District took a note.
Yes, I see Dr. Spears,
Okay.
Superintendent Spears on. Superintendent, can you hear us?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, thank you. And thank you for allowing us to voice our objection. So my board objects to this. You know, basically this does affect our assessment. We're a very small district and we're not growing like our neighbor. So our assessment's pretty flat at the moment, and our enrollment's relatively flat as well. So we just, you know, we don't want to give up any of our school district boundaries. And, you know, I've had parents ask me, because we kind of border Siloam and Prairie Grove and Cedarville to the south. You know, we've had requests before like this, and I've always told them, you know, that's kind of like a county line, a state line. Those boundaries just don't change. And with school choice and now the school transfer that's wide open, you know, students are certainly allowed to go where they need to go. We have students that choice in from all our neighboring districts, and we make bus service available. So, I mean, the bus service shouldn't be an issue. So we run buses and pick up kids who actually live in the Siloam School District. We pick up kids that live in Cedarville. We also pick up kids that live in the Prairie Grove districts who have choice or transferred to us. So we, you know, Lincoln opposes this change. The main thing is this will set a precedent going forward, you know, that others will approach, and we'll just be back and forth doing this constantly. And I just don't feel like that's in our best interest as school districts.
Thank you, Dr. Spears.
Thank you.
And now Prairie Grove has an additional 5 minutes if they'd like to speak.
We do not have anything else to add.
Okay, thank you. Then at this point, we'll open it up for questions. Board members with questions. To my right, Mr. Henderson. And Mr. Bragg.
Yeah, for Lincoln, did you say you provide bus service that overlaps into other districts for students that are transferring into Lincoln?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Question for Prairie Grove, could y'all do the same thing for these families that live on this road? Could you provide bus service to them?
We currently do not provide services for transfers, but it would be certainly a conversation that we could have. We definitely want to meet the needs of our kids.
Okay, and how many students are affected among these families?
About 19 students.
Okay, thank you.
Questions, Ms. Woods?
I just had a question about the gain and loss that we talked about. So you said it was going to be a $4,000 gain. I guess this is for Mr. Rhodes. A $4,000 gain for Prairie Grove, but then a $6,000 loss for Lincoln. Can you distinguish the difference?
Right, so our team in our fiscal office looked at the data and tried to determine what would be the change in millage, because Lincoln did mention that they, in their response to the petition, that they had built a new school in 2010 and that they had passed a new millage in excess of the 25 mills. So we try to look at the difference. So if these parcels were to move over into Prairie Grove would get about a $4,000 gain, and Lincoln would get about a $6,000 loss.
Because of the millage piece?
Correct.
Got it, okay.
Ms. Salon? Okay, questions, Ms. Hunter? Mr. Wood?
Yeah, I've got a few questions. Do we, I kind of think that while it is important to know how many people currently live there and how many current students are impacted by this, I think you have to take a little bit of a longer term view than just a 13-year view of, you know, 19 students that live there. So I guess I'm curious, do we know how many landowners own property in the impacted area?
And we actually have Shelby Johnson with the GIS office to help address some of those geography questions. It's my understanding that there are 18 parcels.
They're what?
18 parcels, and I think 16 of them are actually housing individuals. So it is, I don't know if you should have the maps in front of you. Let me go to, I think this map is titled Exhibit A and then Exhibit B, and they're from the GIS office. Exhibit B actually shows the geographic area. It looks like a chair, and every dot within that area is a verified address under 911. So each one of those dots is a household. Now, it may not have any people in it, but it's my understanding that 16 out of the 18 do have people in them.
Okay. Does the law not require an election of the impacted area?
No, it doesn't. So it's been on the books since about 2001. It is a pretty, so let me give you the statute just so you have it, but we're being governed by 613-1414. And the statute does provide some pretty basic guidelines as to how this is petitioned. So generally speaking, they come to us and they provide proof that they've noticed this to residents in the area in newspapers of general circulation for at least 2 consecutive weeks. And then they have to give it to us with, 30 days before the next scheduled meeting. In this case, it was a little bit longer than that just because of when it fell. In addition to that, what we advise the school districts, at least the petitioning school district, is to contact the other affected school district to see if they can agree on a boundary change. Because if they can agree on a boundary change, the statute allows you to just simply approve their agreed upon boundary change, and then there's no dispute. If they can't agree to a boundary change, then it comes before you. There's no election. If you order the boundary change, then, like I said, we'll file it with the Secretary of State's office, with the GIS office, and with the county clerk. And upon that filing, it becomes final.
Okay. I guess question then to Prairie Grove, I think I'll follow up on a question that was asked a minute ago about could you provide bus service to Kelly Mountain Road? I think your answer was no, you do not currently do it, but I assume that you have a bus stop somewhere on Kelly Mountain Road that probably stops just before the portion of the road that's in Lincoln School District. Is that fair to assume, or is that correct?
Superintendent Campbell, did you hear Mr. Wood's question? I can't tell if you're speaking back. We can't hear you. I think it's muted now. Yeah, and I'll go ahead and say, I was wondering the same thing. Is that a neighborhood?
Yeah.
And I wonder, we've had other districts that have come where people have bought land, promised that it was in one district, and they didn't do their due diligence, not realizing it was on a boundary.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that occurrence happened here.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a different world with complete school choice
Yeah.
versus 10 years ago when that couldn't be the case. So I've been thinking the same thing. Prairie Grove, Superintendent, can you all hear us? Okay, we cannot hear you still. Let's do this. Does anyone have any questions specifically for the agency or for Dr. Spears of the Lincoln District?
I actually do. So for the agency. So you described that if the districts can agree, then it doesn't come to this board. How often do districts agree on boundary changes? Is that something?
It's my understanding that this is the first time it's come before the state board. So this is a novel issue.
But how often does it happen and not come to the board? Do you know,
So there are different processes for altering boundary lines. There's annexations, consolidations, there's a number of things. You can have a detachment from another school district. There are different processes and those have happened.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that school districts ever really agree on a boundary change.
I would agree. I'm not surprised.
Right.
Okay. Thank
We
you.
had one issue a few years ago else on the board then? It was a district up by Missouri. One time. Yeah. Okay. And that was, did both districts agree or one okay, both agreed. And so we voted. This is the first time I've seen where there's a disagreement in that sense. But I do know we've had numerous school choice cases where people have claimed to live in one district only to later realize to live in another and had boundary disputes there too. Okay, let's go back and see. Oh, it looks like.
Prairie Grove is trying to reboot and come back in. They just called me to let me know that, so.
Thank you for passing
They're
along
coming
that
back on, I
message.
think.
Board members, any other questions of the agency at this point? Mr. Rhodes?
I guess a similar question, though. I mean, surely in some amount of recent history, we've created new school districts that came out of areas that had a pre-existing school district.
Jacksonville and North Pulaski is the only one that comes to mind.
Okay.
And that was a detachment, so it was a completely different process.
It was a detachment.
Correct.
Okay.
And I think to sort of answer one of the questions you asked earlier, this is something that I got from the GIS office, but the tax parcels that we're talking about are a mix of residential, agricultural parcels. So it appears to be a fairly rural area, and it's at the end of a rural road.
Well, I'll ask along.
Well, I mean, so this means that this map and these boundaries have been in place for a relatively long time. I mean, I think getting back to your question about could there be confusion on the part of the homeowners is it fair to say no?
So the boundaries have probably been in place for a couple of years. So after every decade, when you have a census, you have redistricting. And it happens at every level of election geography. So you'll have it at the state level when you're drawing congressional districts by the legislature. You'll have it at the state level for House and Senate districts for the state legislature, and that's done by the Board of Apportionment, which is the governor, the Secretary of State, and the Attorney General. And then you'll have school districts do redistricting for their boundary lines. You also have
They don't redraw their district boundary line. They may redraw their zones
their
within
zones, right.
their district, but
Right.
that wouldn't impact which property was Lincoln versus which property was Prairie Grove.
It depends on when it was annexed. So if a school district has grown and then it past 5 to 10 years, there may be a boundary change.
Can you all hear us now?
I think I question that, whether a school district boundary, the Little Rock School District boundary remains the same no matter what population growth occurs within Little Rock.
Right.
That just doesn't change unless you go through a process of some equivalence to this. That doesn't change every 10 years. The election zones within the Little Rock School District do change every 10 years, or can. And the same would be said about Prairie Grove or Lincoln or whatever. So I think there may be some confusion there between boundary alterations.
That's correct, Mr. Wood, and Shelby Johnson from GIS is here, and he can actually speak more knowledgeably about how long those lines have been in place. If Mr. Johnson, you want to come up? If you guys want to ask him questions.
What are the odds of this?
Good morning, Board. Shelby Johnson. I'm in the Department of Transformation and Shared Services in the Arkansas GIS office. We have the role and responsibility of updating and maintaining the school district boundary maps for the state of Arkansas on behalf of the department and your board. And I went back and looked. Our legacy maps that we have available to us date back as far as 1936. And in 1936, this particular area was part of what was formerly known as the Apple Hill School District. That was in the era of the one-room schoolhouse, and everybody walked to school. Kelly Mountain is indeed a mountain, and to the west is Blair Creek. Blair Creek flows into Lake Prairie Grove, and that's part of their drinking water source for Prairie Grove. And so to the west side of this area is very, very steep. It falls off of the mountainside and then into the valley where Blair Creek sits. And then to the south is another different mountain that is only accessed from the south. So truly, this area is a little bit isolated. It is at the end of the dead end on top of the mountain. To the east is Sulphur Creek, and both of those flow to the north. As far back as we can tell, the former Apple Hills School District was annexed at some point in history into the Lincoln School District, and I don't know the exact time frame. But the particular boundary line that you see on the contemporary map today has at least been there since that Apple Hill School District was established back in history. I don't know if that answers all your questions or not.
Roughly, I mean, we're coming close to 100 years of known boundaries, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
May I ask you a question on that? Are any of these new build houses, do you know, or are they?
I did not look at that information.
Okay, I didn't know
That
if
that
that
area is mostly it's mostly timberland on top of the mountain. There is a little bit of pasture. It's about 30% pasture, about 70% timberland, and there's being at the end of a dead-end road on a mountain, there is not doesn't appear to be a lot of new housing. When I look back at some of our older maps, it looks like a lot of the housing that's there has been there for quite a long time.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in today.
You're welcome.
Board member, any more questions for Mr. Johnson? Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Prairie Grove, Superintendent Campbell?
Yes, ma'am,
Great.
we apologize, we were back on. And
That
if there are any
happens.
questions for us?
Thank you for getting back on, and we will resume back. Mr. Wood, you have a question?
Yeah,
for
so
you
my,
all.
my question is, does Prairie Grove provide a school bus stop along Kelly Mountain Road prior to the boundary with the Lincoln School District?
Yes, sir. We do have a bus that runs close to the boundary lines that we're talking about. But we typically do not pick up students that are not in the boundary of Prairie Grove. That's not been our precedent.
Yep. Okay, typically not been your precedent. Would you consider, I mean, how far is that to the last student that lives on Kelly Mountain Road in the Lincoln School District? How far is that?
Yes, sir. I wouldn't say it's very far at all. We would definitely, we're talking about 19 potential families, have that conversation. The thing that you run into is that it opens the door for all transfers to potentially be able to pick them up. But I see both sides of the
I
argument.
understand. What about the possibility of offering a compromise to those 19 students that they could come to a bus stop in Prairie Grove along
Yes, sir.
Kelly Mountain Road and get on the bus?
We would definitely feel comfortable having that conversation with our board and being a part of that conversation. We definitely want to meet the needs of those kids.
Is there a portion of Kelly Mountain Road here, and I'm sorry to get so specific on this, but it looks to me like Kelly Mountain Road goes some distance where one side of the road is Lincoln and one side of the road is Prairie Grove?
That is accurate.
Yeah, okay.
And at the back of the mountain is Lincoln's, and help me if I'm here, Dr. Spears, if I'm wrong, but at the back of the mountain there is Lincoln's jurisdiction of their district. You have to come back through Prairie Grove to get down the mountain.
Yes, I believe so, yes.
And that's what creates the long distance difference for a student in the Lincoln School District having to go so much further than if they were to go to a Lincoln school than if they were going to a Prairie Grove school, because of the path to get to the school is
Yes, sir, that is correct.
hard to traverse, yeah. So another question for Prairie Grove, unrelated to transportation, but if this were to be approved by the board, your request, what do you have to say about the division of property and millage and payment for property that has been financed based on this property being part of Lincoln School District?
Yeah, I mean, our intention was never to take any of the property value of Lincoln. I think it's just a group of parents that have gone through generations of Prairie Grove, and that's what they want to be a part of. They don't want to go through every year, the annual, filling out the documents and not feel like they're part of Prairie Grove. So there was never any intent to take any funds from Lincoln. We obviously get the $7,700 per kid that comes to Prairie Grove, so there's funding that comes with those kids anyway.
and no, I understand that, but I also understand that if Lincoln relied on the size of their district to finance buildings a few years ago, it's not unreasonable for them to point out that, you know, we need to make our debt payments, and that's financed based on what the size of our district was on the day we financed
And
that.
we would not argue that at all.
Yeah. Would you be willing to discuss with them a financial payment to the district for a certain amount of time to help
We
them
would be
with
willing
paying their
we
debt
would-
millage?
We would be willing to have negotiations with Dr. Spears and her team, absolutely.
Ms. Keener, questions?
I don't have questions, I do have a comment. I think that this is a slippery slope for us to go down. I think that particularly with school choice, there are so many situations like this. There might not be a mountain or a dead-end road involved, but I think that if this goes forward, we're going to just open the door for so many of these situations to come our way. And I also believe that reasonable people make reasonable decisions, and so I think that this is a question for the school districts to resolve between the two of them.
I would add on that, like, it feels like we're arguing over money and not kids. And at the end of the day, our job is the kids. So I don't know that millage and all of that is a good enough reason for us to get involved, just to tag along to your comment.
Mr. Rhodes, would you mind reminding us that, I think there were 4 options? Order, change, deny change, and then,
Right, so you can approve the petition from Prairie Grove in its entirety. You can deny the petition. You can change the boundaries as you see fit, so that there is a lot of discretion there. If you think that the petition had some merit, but maybe you disagree on the boundary line, you can make a change there, or you can just table this for a future meeting.
Well, I'll speak to my opinion of this. First of all, I don't think that this is an issue of millage. I do think this is an issue of students. We're talking about very small millages here, very small financial impact. But 13 years from now, there may be 0 students impacted by this, but there is going to be land that is zoned to a school district for 100 more years, despite no children living there. And so for 100 or 500 years, somebody's going to get the money from that zoned piece of land. And that's why it has to be considered as the impact to districts go. It also may blow up in population. There may be 600 kids that live there in 10 years. I don't know. I'm also not against it in principle. I think there is a process for people who live in an area to decide, we want to be in a different school district for whatever reason. And this is the process of doing it, and I'm not against it just on the notion of, I don't want to deal with this. It's more just I don't even know what standard we're supposed to apply. I haven't even been able to figure that out. I don't want it to be willy-nilly and just on a whim, whatever we think about the presenter that day. But I would, rather than setting a precedent for how we would deal with disputes in the future, and I think more could be coming. There's a lot of landmark stuff ahead that could bring more of these types of questions before us. But I would love, given some of the answers that we've heard today about willingness to discuss further, willingness to make bus stops available, willingness to discuss a financial compensation for a period of time, I would like to maybe table a decision on this for a month and give the 2 districts the opportunity to go back to the negotiation table and see if they can work out a resolution that wouldn't require a forced decision from us, to see if they could address those issues.
I'd like to say, I mean, to me, the priority is what's best for the students, and it does seem like a better option to drive 4 miles than 19, but I may be oversimplifying it, but it seems like a simple solution would just be provide bus service to these kids and still have the financial impact, you know, stable for Lincoln. But I know because other school districts cross boundaries for buses too. And, I'm not sure what the actual closest bus stop is here, but it doesn't seem like it'd be that much trouble. But I agree. I think there could be further discussion on this. I'd feel better if, you know, there was a commitment from Prairie Grove to maybe provide the bus service.
Can we also say no and then they also come back? Is that also an option?
Correct, you could deny it.
So we can table or no and get kind of the same outcome, okay.
One thing that sort of spoke to me, to your point, and maybe I need some clarification, but Prairie Grove mentioned that there are instances where there are 3 generations of a single family choicing in. Was that what I heard?
Yes, ma'am.
Choicing in?
Yeah, because
Choicing in or simply having
I thought
connection to the school? I'm sorry.
Well, no, that's what I was wondering, because you were mentioning school choice being the last 10 years. Was there a previous option that I'm unaware of, or?
I believe school, I mean, in the past, prior to this past session, there was a cap on it.
Oh, okay.
So it was harder to have access to school choice versus now without a cap. But I'm not sure how long that has been on the books.
I was also gonna say, so I looked up a couple of the property deed transfers, because one of you asked like how long some of these have been living there. And I mean, this is an area that's like 20, 30 minutes up the road from where I am, so I don't see population growth going down in the future years, because there is a lot of land out there, and that's the one thing we can't create. And so I see more of the population moving out that way. But some of these are within, I would say, even the last 5 to 10 years. Granted, I only looked up like 6 or 7, but you've got 2021, 2018, there was a 2017, one from 2023, so, I mean, they're moving in knowing what district they're in, so if they're still, and that's not to say there aren't multiple that have done it for multiple generations, but people are moving into those areas knowing it's in the Lincoln School District.
Yeah, from a pragmatic stance, we're talking about 19 miles. I mean, other school districts interchange, taking students to and from school districts all the time. I'm certainly in favor of some type of compromise. Willing to make a motion to deny. Perhaps they can bring it back. Some other type of option.
You're willing to, or you made a motion?
I'll make a motion to deny.
Okay, there is a motion to deny. Is there any questions of Mr. Henderson on his motion in a second?
I guess a question to the department. If it's denied, do the districts have to go through the process all over again to come back before us, or can they just request that it be reheard?
That's a great question. The statute doesn't say that. Now, procedurally, if you table it, you're acting on the same motion that's before you today. I mean, the same petition. So they wouldn't have to go through all the same steps in order to bring it back to you. Arguably, if you deny it, they would have to take all of the same steps they've already taken to bring it back to you. Because they would have to renotice it in the paper. They would have to resubmit it to the department 30 days before the meeting. So, to your point, tabling, you get to keep the current petition and decide it later. Deny, they have to bring a new one back to you. It may be identical, but.
Yeah. Well, without a second, I guess there's not a discussion on the motion, but.
Yeah,
Well, but if they came to an agreement between themselves, it wouldn't have to come back to us. Is that correct? Or is any change in boundaries required?
If there is a change in the boundary that they agree upon, it will come back to you. If they come to an agreement on bus service, it would not come back to you.
They can just withdraw.
Okay, so there is a motion on the floor to deny. Is there a second?
I will second, because I think it should be difficult to change a boundary, and if they are not, I feel like if we table it, this is my rationale, if we table it, there's less of an incentive to try and work it out, because then they can just punt it back to us next month to be like, well, y'all decide. Whereas if we just say no, they can really decide, are they gonna work it out or are they not? And if they really wanna keep moving forward with this, they can come back. That's my argument, so I'll second the motion.
So there's a motion to deny by Mr. Henderson, a second by Ms. Woods. Should we do a roll call?
Well, can I speak against the motion?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a pain here at all. And I think I agree with the sentiment of everything y'all are saying. I too believe it should be difficult to change the boundary. Don't get me wrong. I do not think that this should be a thing that every year school districts change their boundaries. That cannot become, that is not stabilizing at all. I do think that they have already gone through a lot of difficult process, a year's worth almost, to get to this day, to get to this board. I do not want to place on them the burden of having to have town hall meetings again, advertisements in newspapers again, votes of the school boards again, just to come back to us if they can't agree on a bus stop or $2,000 a year for 10 years or whatever. I'm not suggesting anything, but that's why I feel like if we were to table it, all of their petitions and their school board meetings and their advertisements in the newspaper still are effective and valid. And then, they do place it in front of us to decide their fate. It's like a divorce proceeding. Y'all figure this out on your own, or else a judge gets to decide everything, whether you like it or not. So my hope would be that they have understood the tenor of our conversation and our feelings on this, and that they would go make an agreement among themselves and come back and withdraw the petition, and there wouldn't have to be a decision. So I agree it should be.
Deny your motion to continue and say, remember the divorce.
I don't even know what you just said. So anyway, that's why I'll vote against the current motion.
Okay, any more comments on this motion at this point? Questions? Okay, so we will take a vote by roll call. Ms. Woods?
We are voting to deny?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Bragg?
No.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Ms. Hunter?
No.
Mr. Wood?
No.
Ms. Keener?
No.
Okay, so the motion fails 4-2. So now the floor is back open for a motion.
And I'll make a motion in the same spirit of
Okay.
what my colleagues over here tried to do. I move to table this and allow the districts to go have further discussions to see if they can reach an agreement amongst themselves.
Okay, there's a motion to table the item. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, second by Mr. Bragg. Are there any questions or comments at this point? I do have a lingering question though, if you don't mind at this point. To get the signatures for it, is there a threshold of the number of people that you
So they
have to have?
submitted a signature petition, but it's not required by the statute.
Oh, it's not.
So I
Okay.
think it was to show the will of the individuals in the neighborhood that is affected, but it's not like a petition for signatures that you normally see for like ballot access, right?
Okay.
So if somebody wants to run for a judge, they can collect signatures and get on the ballot. It's not like that. It doesn't have that procedure.
Okay.
So, yeah, literally just noticing on the paper, submitting to you within, outside of the 30-day window, and then having some level of conversation about mutual agreement is really all that's required by the statute outside of the filing requirements
And
on
the
the back
statute
end.
doesn't require a vote by their local board?
That statute does not. Again, it's not a procedure that's often used to change boundary lines. Usually
Right.
you have annexations by one district with another. Let's say you have a new neighborhood that's being built. One district may move to annex that, and that does trigger certain other requirements that you're more accustomed to seeing.
Versus the boundary change
Correct.
in this request. Could Prairie Grove had considered an annexation?
I'm not their legal counsel, but they should definitely consult their legal
Okay, so
counsel
that's
about
something that they could
annexations.
continue talking
They
about.
can certainly have those discussions with their
Okay,
advice.
thank you for answering my lingering questions. So we do have a motion on the floor to table in a second. Any questions or comments? Okay, we will do a vote again. Ms. Woods?
Yes.
Mr. Bragg?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Ms. Hunter?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Ms. Keener?
Yes.
So motion passes to table the item for next month.
Yeah, that was the intention of my table, yes.
For next month. School districts, did you all have any questions of us before you all proceed to have any more conversations between the two of you?
No questions for Prairie Grove.
No questions from Lincoln. We're good.
Okay, any additional comments from board members? Okay, thank you all. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Here.
We will move along to item number 4, a request to release rules for public comment. We have a lot of rules today.
Good morning, Stacy Smith, and we do have a presentation. Jeff, I'm going to request that you just approve all of them right now. Let's just do it. All right. All right, this first set of rules, I just wanted to go back over this piece with you again. You're going to know it like the back of your hands before I'm done with you. On the set of rules, we release for public comment. It goes out for public comment for 30 days. They are noticed. If there is substantive change, it goes back out again for 30 days. Changes are made. Then it comes back to this board for final approval. Once you give it final approval, it then goes to ALC, the Legislative Council, for review. All right, so today, I think we have a set of, I think there's 25 rules on here today. We're going to kind of do them in groups again. I believe we've workshopped almost every rule that's on here. If we've not workshopped it, I will pause and take a little bit more time on that one. Is that okay? All right, so the first set of rules that we have on here, these were what we'd call new rules, and today we're asking that you release them for public comment. These are the set of rules that we did do a board work session on a few weeks ago. So quickly, just let me kind of hit the highlights of those. We have the Career Ready Pathways to Diploma rules. Again, this board, you've seen a couple of presentations about the pathways, and these are the rules that outline that process. This is beginning with the 9th grade class of the 24-25 school year. And the identified pathways for high demand, high growth jobs. This is where you've also seen Dr. Pride and Ross White working closely together with HOPE with the accountability system. So again, those systems and those alignment pieces. The next one, let me pause there for a minute.
Questions? Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and go through a couple of these and then we'll batch them. Is that okay?
Okay.
All right. The second one is standards for accreditation. Again, earlier you guys did a motion for accreditation for districts. Okay, these are the rules that guide that standards for accreditation. Okay, in that process. In these rules, a lot of the changes that we workshopped and talked about a couple of weeks ago had to do with changes from Arkansas Learns. Okay, including middle school exploration for career and technical pathways, including the Career Ready Pathways and those other rules that we just talked about. That class size for hiring, it's saying that the department will determine that by October 1st so we can stop doing monthly waivers, okay? The 75 hours of community service, clarifying the components of school level improvement plans, which will be helpful to districts, and just streamlining some dates that you're also going to see pop up in the website rules. All right, so again, releasing these for public comment. The next one has to do with websites, and I'm going to pause on this one just for a minute because this was one we did not workshop. All right, this is a set of rules that outlines when required notification or publications or documents have to be on a district's or educational cooperative's website, all right? And so the changes, the only changes, these are pre-existing rules. The only changes that you see in these have to do with legislative changes. For example, we've required superintendents to post their contracts and their goals on the website, so you see that change in there. Some of the date changes we made over in the previous standard for accreditation rules, you see alignment between those. So if we changed the date from August 1 to September 1, you see that in these rules as well. Okay, so no content changes. It was really date changes to align between the two, except for the content of what was in Learns. And again, releasing for public comment for 30 days. The next one that you see, let me pause. Let's just do those. Let's do those three. So I'm going to ask.
Questions on those three board members? I do have a question on that last one.
Yes, ma'am.
It came to my attention recently, school districts aren't required to post school board agendas?
I believe that they are.
Are they? Is that's in
Yes.
law? Okay, then I will follow up on the law there. On the other one where you said class size, could you speak a little bit about what will that process be in October with the agency?
So it's similar to what it was previously before we built a system in our, we built a system called Standards for Accreditation that every month is pulling data and looking at numbers in classes, okay? And when, right now, our ratio class size rules indicates how many students are with a teacher, all right? And so what's happening is you'll have a student move in, the district will go one over for the month, they have to come before you and ask for a waiver, or they have to hire someone, all right? What we're going to do is on October 1, we feel like every district should pretty much have their ratios established, and if they've got to hire someone, by October 1, they need to have that done, all right? If they're flagged because they're over and they want to come ask for a waiver, this board now has the ability to think, okay, they're asking for a waiver for the entire year, not just for the last month of school, and then determine whether or not you think they should hire someone or if you are okay with the ratio as it is. So for us, for standards purposes for accreditation, we will check that at that point. Now, as far as school districts requiring to still follow the ratios and class size rules, that's still a requirement for them. But for us, being able to check where they're at on October 1 for standards for accreditation, that's what we're doing here. Now, we do want to do more work on the class size rules themselves. Those ratios are set right now, and they're not changed from what you're familiar with. But we do feel like there is some flexibility that we can give as far as like banding some grade levels together, K and 1, giving districts flexibility to look at their numbers and making sure that they're, you know, if they're 1 over here but they're 5 under here, we're not forcing people to pull teachers around the stuff in the middle of the year. But we feel like that October 1 at the beginning, you should have your ratios set. Did that help?
Yes, thank you. Board members, any questions or comments on these three?
Well, I was wondering about, in older grades and semester changes, can't there be some influx of students at semester? Is that?
Yeah, you'll see changes in moving around in semester. With older grades, especially middle school to high school, there is a 150 cap for teachers, but there is legislation that allows them to go over the 150 and get compensated. Where you get into that class size piece and where you guys see most of the waivers, it's in elementary grades.
Yeah.
Right? And so that's where I think we had some work to do.
Okay, additional questions or comments?
So I would be asking for a motion to release for public comment the 3 rules listed. Career Ready Pathways, Standards for Accreditation, and the rules governing websites.
A, B, and C on item 4. Floor is open for a motion.
I'll move to release for public comment.
Okay. A motion by Ms. Woods to release A, B, and C for public comment. Is there a second?
I'll second.
A second by Mr. Bragg. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Okay, the next 3 are also in the same thing. We're asking today to release them for public comment. So the one is the Arkansas Better Chance Rules. That is our state-funded early childhood program that we administer through the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. Some of the changes that you see in these rules are the defining of kindergarten readiness, shifting language about a new quality rating tool to hopefully be able to come in the next year. The 178 days that we've discussed before about still maintaining 7 hours a minimum a day. However, if they do less than 178 days, they're prorated on the amounts of funding that they receive. Literacy curriculum aligned to the science of reading, and streamlining the cleanup from the transition still from the Department of Human Services to the Department of Ed. Math intervention, this was directly from LEARNS. Not only is our focus in this state laser-like on improvement in literacy, but math needs it as well. So this is a requirement for a math intervention plans for grades 3 through 8. I want to brag on Hope's group and Kiffany's group for working on the Atlas and building that within the system. So again, when we talk about streamlining our systems here, this is another opportunity to do so. Within the system, when we set those cut scores, which will come to this board to do, it will identify students and be able to say these students need a math intervention plan. And then school districts are notified. We know, everybody knows, because we're all using the same cut scores. And the last part has to do with Arkansas Educational Support and Accountability Plan. Again, this was updating this plan to reflect LEARNS. Again, what you see here is you see the Career Ready Pathways piece again. You also see that comparable elective coursework. That's where they took core content such as math and science, and they compared it to career and technical courses to determine, does this course have enough science credit to not just count as a career and technical course, but to count as a science graduation credit, right? So a lot of good work has been happening there, and you see that in these rules. Also has the high-quality evidence-based screener as part of the assessment system. This is where you see the state assessment requirements and the curriculum requirements. And it also builds on the previous section on student success plans to reflect the changes in LEARNS. So I'm going to pause there on those three and then ask for a motion on those to be released for public comment.
Board members, questions to my right?
Quick question, will we ever as a board approve the screener programs or just the assessment pieces like we have today?
So, very good question. So the screener is actually built into the Atlas assessment.
Okay.
But what we will be bringing to you, this board, is we will be bringing to you the different cut scores, okay? Identifying, you know, giving you guys our recommendation. This would say, this would lend to a testlet, which would be some of the dyslexia diagnostic screening. Or this would be for the intervention reading plan.
Got it, okay.
More questions, board members? And Ms. Rollins, thanks for joining us. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, great. If you have any questions on these, you see we're on item 4, D, E, and F.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good to see you today.
I move we release these for public comment.
Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Bragg to release for public comment. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Okay, so this is to release item 4, D, E, and F for public comment. Any questions? Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Now we're on item 5, which is a request for final approval for these rules.
We are rocking and rolling on this, guys. All right, here we go. This next section has to do with final approval of rules, and this is releasing these rules to the Legislative Council, okay? So these rules have been through that process. They've come to you before. We've workshopped them. They've gone out for public comment. Some of them have gone out for public comment twice. If they were non-substantive changes, those were made. If there's technical changes, it's highlighted. Or I'm sorry, if it was technical changes, changes were made. If it was substantive, you'll see that highlighted, okay, between if it went out twice. These are for final approval to release to ALC.
What is ALC after they do with them? What are they? Like, are there changes made at the ALC level?
And they become final.
Final, okay.
All right, the first set has to do with the adult diploma program. This is one that was first presented to you when we were at ASU by Dr. Warden and Ross White, and they talked to you about the process for that diploma program. I think you guys asked really good questions during that session, went in pretty deep on that. The next one has to do with the requirements for the birth through pre-K teaching credential. This was one that Ms. Williams presented to you at the workshop, talked about mostly it's associate degree folks getting this credential. This is a set of rules that came from the Department of Human Services to the Department of Ed, so not really any substantive changes on that, really just technical from agency to agency. The third set of rules here are background checks. This is where you saw those registered volunteer coaches that we talked about, having to have those required background checks completed through the Department of Education. we got into conversations around really kind of some sporting and small sports. A lot of times have volunteer coaches, especially in your more smaller districts, even in some of your larger districts. Also requiring district level administrators to report arrest or charges for disqualifying offenses within a 24-hour period, and also flagging employment statuses as under review when it's pending a resolution. All right, so those were background checks. Code of Ethics. Code of Ethics expanded the definition to include our registered volunteers. Again, that's where you see that parallel between those previous rules and this set of rules. But those are the ones who are obtaining a certificate through AAA to be able to coach. Again, that requirement of substantiated allegations within 24 hours for standard 1, and that involves relationships with students, okay, direct involvement with students, and clarifies the procedural due process and conflicts or interest of rule. The next set of rules is maternity leave. And if of all rules and all opportunities for teachers that I don't think probably has gotten enough positive press or opportunity, has to do with the maternity leave aspect. This is a great opportunity for school districts to incentivize their teachers to pick them because they offer the best opportunities and options for their teachers. It encourages school districts to offer up to 12 weeks of maternity leave, provides funding to school districts to split the cost of substitute staff during maternity leave of the public school district employees. Let's see. I'm going to do one more and then I'm going to pause. The next one you see is overnight travel and use of school lavatories. So this is, again, ensuring privacy and safety of students in public restrooms. It talks about requirements for the use of restrooms, allows district authority to provide reasonable accommodations, provides guidance for overnight trips, and allows processes for noncompliance. So I'm going to pause at that point because I believe we went over several and ask for, see if you have any questions, and then I'll ask for a motion.
Okay, so this is item 5A through F, rules. And this will be for final approval. So questions, Mr. Bragg?
On maternity leave, was that supposed to be like a 50-50 cost share on that?
Yeah, so it is a 50% cost share. Some of the questions we've received on it had to do about the employee's salary. So teachers, the districts are funded based on, and foundational funding based on the number of teachers for students, okay? So based on the number of students that they have, and I know you're very familiar with the funding matrix where it has a number for each teacher. So the state has already funded districts for hiring those teachers, all right? So what we've done here is the cost that's not been funded is the cost to provide a substitute for that classroom. So that's the part that's being shared at 50%.
Okay, thank you.
Questions on these rules? Ms. Rollins, do you have any questions on this set of rules?
On the maternity leave, is this just for a female employee, or does this include the father?
Yeah, it's just maternity.
Okay, all righty. That's all I have.
Yes, all employees. All employees.
All employees?
All female employees.
Okay, gotcha.
But it covers adoption as well, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Additional questions? Okay, the floor will be open for a motion. This is item 5A through F.
I'll move we approve these.
Okay, there's a motion to approve by Mr. Bragg. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, floor is open for any questions or comments. Okay, we'll take a vote then. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
All right, the next set of rules, Daryl, I want to make sure you're paying attention. Daryl may jump out of his seat when the vote goes on this one. So presenting to you today the rules for educational freedom accounts programs. These rules have been released for public comment twice. We actually workshopped these at the last one. We brought them back to you, went back over them again for Daryl to highlight those. It clarifies in the second public comment part, we clarified the eligibility criteria and the application process. We outlined provider expectations and requirements, updated some of that language, and it provides a framework for homeschool students and qualifying expenses for homeschool families. So I'm going to just sit on that one, see if you have questions.
Just a question about the comments. So were all of these that were uploaded, this was both sets of public comment periods?
Yes, ma'am.
It's not just since we released
They
it
were
the second
both
time?
sets. All the comments.
And so presumably anything that had there was nothing that had a substantive change the second time, right? Because then we would have
Correct.
to re-release it, okay.
Correct.
Questions on the EFA rules? Mr. Allens, questions at this point?
I think I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So let's go ahead and get these approved, if you don't mind. I was going to ask for a motion to approve these rules.
Okay. So we'll have the floor open to a motion to approve. This is item
G.
5G, Education Freedom Account Program.
Move to approve.
There's a motion by Mr. Wood to approve. Is there a second?
Second?
A second by Ms. Hunter. Floor is open for any questions or comments. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
The next set of rules is professional development. I'm going to take a little bit longer on these as well. These rules actually came to this board for the first time to release for public comment back in December. There were a lot of legislative changes around professional development. Some of those changes eliminated some of the repetitive professional development that teachers were required to get every 4 years. For example, family community engagement or, they were required to get it every 4 years. So this allows them, once they have that professional development, they've had it and they're not required to keep going back and getting it every 2 years. It did that to a couple of those. It defined micro-credential and professional learning credit, allowing for teachers to get their professional learning, not just for sitting in a room and getting face-to-face, because that had previously how it was done, 6 hours face-to-face PD. So it allowed for some other options for professional development. Makes mental health a priority, which we self-reflected in Learn, so the professional development requirements around mental health, and also clarified and separated professional learning separate from professional development required for your license. So there are certain things you have to do to get a license. You have to have your child maltreatment. You have to have suicide. There's certain PD. So we clarified those that you have to have them to get your license, and then there's PD that you have to have on a reoccurring basis. So that's why this has taken a little bit longer, because they were taking all of those legislative changes and making sure they were reflected here. So you have seen these rules before. There have been some changes made on those, and then now they're ready to go. Basically, the changes in here were legislative changes.
Questions, board members?
The next set of rules is school transformation contracts. This is, again, a set of rules that I believe you've seen. It's been out for public comment twice, and it's come back, and I think we've workshopped it both times. It allows for districts to enter into a transformation contracts with an external operator, which could be a charter management company or an educational support operator. Okay, so it doesn't have to be necessarily a charter school. Provides the option beyond consolidation, annexation, or reconstitution, and provides other opportunities for schools to help themselves before the state gets involved. To have a transformation contract, it has to come before this board, and this board would approve the contract, and that then would allow that school to have a different accountability measure, all right? Schools are allowed to do contracts without a transformation contract, all right? But for them to get the accountability part of it, they would have to be approved by this board to be considered a transformation contract. Any questions about that one?
Board members, questions on school transformation contracts? I continue to have a lingering question of what happens at the end of when a state takeover time ends. What happens with a school contract?
So I think that would be dependent upon the progress that district made. And then for this board to determine whether or not at the end of that 5 years, do you utilize your authority to annex, reconstitute, consolidate, restructure in some way. It would come, if the school is under state authority, it would come back to this board.
It would.
For final decision on, in that time period, what to do next.
Okay, and if it was deemed to be successful, could it continue?
So, under a district under state authority, where you are acting, this board could reconstitute or do a different governance structure if you so choose. There is a whole list of things that this board has the ability to do.
But the terms of that is within that state. Okay.
Yes.
That makes
Right.
sense. So Marvel Lane is in their first year?
First year of a transformation
Of a
contract.
transformation contract. Completing that.
They just completed.
Okay, and we'll hear from them later today.
Yes.
Okay. Questions, comments on this? Okay, thank you.
The next set of rules is rules governing emergency response equipment and training. This has to do with the opioid rescue kits on each campus at a public school district. And actually, Secretary Ian Levy and I recently got to visit Bryant School District, who was doing a training by a very passionate educator who had been personally affected by loss of family or friends due to opioids. And so this, again, seems to be a growing crisis in our state. And the importance of this is, I don't think, can be understated here. It also is keeping students safe by having the AEDs at certain school-sponsored sporting events. And again, we know of instances in where those AEDs being present have saved lives. Keep students safe by making sure that personnel is trained in using the appropriate emergency response equipment. The next was legislation about water safety, and it requires school districts to inform parents of the importance of water safety education by making sure that they're aware of where swimming lessons are available. Okay, so I would ask this board for a motion to approve these to move forward for final.
Okay. Board members, questions to my right? Okay, questions to my left? Ms. Rollins, any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, with that, the floor is open for a motion, and this is items H to K. Thank you.
I move these items be approved.
Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Bragg. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Wood. Questions or comments?
I'm glad that finally school districts will fulfill their very important duty of telling parents it's important for their kids to learn how to swim as a part of this.
It is important. Floor is open for a vote. This is a motion to approve for final approval. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, the next group of rules are repeals. And when we talked about these a little bit during the workshop, these are rules or pieces of legislation that are not in use. They haven't been used, there's an inactive program, and so these are rules that we are repealing. Some of these rules have been folded into other sets of rules, and they're addressed in other places. So there is a full set here for repeal. These rules went through the same process. They were released for 30 days. We received public comment. Most had to do with why were we doing it, and we would address the fact of it's not being used anymore, or else it was covered somewhere else. So there is a list of repeals. I'm going to just pause for a second. I'm going to show you the whole list of the ones that are up there. Educator compensation, traveling teacher program, teacher recruitment and retention in high priority districts, rules governing the election expenses, school board zoning, school district duty to report student criminal acts. And again, if you think about some of these, we've addressed them in other places in other rules. Rules governing the Succeed program, and governing methods governing career and technical education programs. And that would be those.
Board members, questions to my right on these repeals? Okay, to my left.
When we repeal these, do we leave a note in our current rules to inform people where to go look for the recodification of these rules?
I don't believe we do, but I do believe that the department, because there are so many rules coming out and so many rules being repealed, it would probably be in the best interest of districts and everyone for us to kind of create some type of document that kind of does that. So,
Just think it could be good for the public too. I mean, school board zones and rezoning is an important thing, and they go looking where they've
Right.
looked for 30 years, and then, I don't know. I'm sure they can find it on their own, but nonetheless.
no,
it would
but
seem to
I
be
do think there's
helpful to
so
the
many
public.
changes. I think that it would be in everyone's
Yes.
best interest to be able to create something.
Ms. Rollins, any questions on the
No,
repeal of
thank
rules?
you.
Okay. Any additional questions or comments? The floor will be open for a motion.
Move to approve?
A motion to approve the request to repeal rules, item 6. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Henderson. We'll take a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
All right, very good.
Now we will move on to item 7, request for approval of the norm reference test for the EFA program.
I'm actually going to ask Assistant Commissioner Dr. Smith to come up and so he can take any questions on this.
Awesome, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Darrell Smith, Assistant Commissioner, Office of School Choice. As the rules that you have approved here just a few minutes ago, thank you for that. I certainly appreciate that. One of the requirements is that you approve norm reference test for schools to participate, so that you'll notice that one of the requirements in those rules was that every EFA student present a norm reference test result at the end of every school year, for not only just for us to look at and measure kind of the progress and growth in all the students that are participating in our program. And so at this point, you can see the list there of the tests that we would like to bring before you to approve today. Most of them, this list came from a survey of all of our currently participating schools, what tests they were already taking. We looked at those tests, made sure they met the criteria for a norm reference test. And I'll tell you that primarily most of our schools are taking either the Iowa Basic Skills Test or the MAP test, NWEA MAP test. I mean, probably over 60% of our schools are taking one of those two tests, and then everything else kind of falls in between that. Stanford 10 probably falls right underneath that. And so basically the bottom line is that we surveyed them, we found out what they were taking, we made sure they met the norm reference test, and this is the list that we'd like to bring before you today.
Board members, questions? To my right, Mr. Bragg.
So all of the tests listed are actually being used?
Correct.
Okay.
Questions to my left?
I have a comment. This is, I'm going to get on one of my soapboxes again, but the narrative that the department isn't holding private schools to the same standards as public schools, or that should be, that there should be a parallel. This is one of those points that I always make is they have to take a norm reference test and report those numbers. And I'm looking at my daughter's test right now from this year. And the one that they take is the comprehensive testing program. It's called the ERB. And it gives me the scale score, the percentile, the stay 9, and in both the national norm and the independent norm. So we see that where she falls in a multitude of areas. And so the idea that, that there isn't accountability for them frustrates me. So I'm glad to see this list. And I have a lot of experience with many, many of these tests. So anyway, thank you for putting this together.
You bet.
I do have a question. Could a private school administer the Atlas assessment?
We are working towards that, yes,
Okay.
and so I think we've made plans that beginning this school year, we have made an opportunity. We've expressed that opportunity in some of our webinars with our private schools,
Okay.
and I think at this point, we have about 5 private schools that are interested in administering the Atlas test this coming school year.
And do we classify that as a criterion reference test or a norm reference test? And does that?
The criterion reference test.
Okay.
But it is a state assessment, and therefore, and the law, and the rules, and the law
It would
both say
count.
that we can count.
Would we have to vote on it, or it will
No,
just kind of roll in
that's
since
already
it's-
been approved by the law and the rules.
Okay.
Yeah.
And, because I know some districts or some private schools did do ACT Aspire before, but that test is gone. Is that correct?
Well, it's still available, but
Oh,
I
it
think
is.
it's available just for the younger grades, I believe. I think they
Okay.
they took out the upper end of that test.
Okay. Do we know if there's any assessments that private schools are using right now that aren't on this list?
To the best
that
of our
were
knowledge, there's not.
eliminated? Okay. Okay, thank you. Ms. Rollins, I'm sorry, I don't know if I asked you, did you have any questions?
No, that's okay. I was curious, are all the schools pretty much on the same testing schedule?
For the most
Regardless-
part, yeah, most of them test in the spring, just like our public schools do. Their windows may be a little different than the public schools, but predominantly it's an April testing window for most of our private schools.
And so they get their testing information back about the same time as well, although we know Atlas is gonna be later this year, is that right?
Well, the Atlas scores, I can't speak, but I believe the Atlas scores will come out later than typically in a typical cycle, since this is the first year. But to answer your questions on the private schools, typically they'll get their scores mid-June. Maybe you obviously already have yours for now. So it really just depends on when they take it and what type of test they're taking, and then the turnaround for that particular test. But I would say most of our schools will have the results back by mid-June. The rules that you approved require them to put them back by June 30th, to report them back to the department by June 30th, unless for some reason they haven't received them yet.
Okay, so this will be the only year that you see Atlas coming back as late as it is?
I believe so. I'll let.
So we have legislation that requires that the state assessment scores be back by August 1st. Generally, they are in earlier than that, but this year's the year that we're going to be setting the cut scores, and so they'll be released later.
Okay, all righty, thank you, that's all I have.
And with this, they will report their scores to you all, but that won't be public information, will it?
We'll report them aggregately.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
When the state was in the process of forming the new Atlas test, were any of these tests on this list considered as the replacement for the ACT Aspire?
So the state actually did an RFP for procurement and took bids. And so we were asking for states that or an assessment that would be directly aligned to our standards. And so most of these would not fit that criteria.
Oh, really?
There is going to be a correlation to our standards with these assessments, but when we were looking for grade level criterion reference test, we were looking to match our standards versus test questions.
And couldn't find one?
Well, we did. So I mean,
Did we not make up the Atlas test ourselves, essentially?
Okay, so good question. So Cambium is our testing provider. Cambium has a bank of questions, all right, that multiple states use, all right? So we're going to be pulling questions from their test bank matched to our assessment, all right? The delay that we're seeing with some of the tests this year has to do with we rewrote our math and literacy standards this last year. And so we ended up having to go back and do comparisons between their bank and our questions. We ended up then having to write additional test bank questions for our test. Those test bank questions will go into the full Cambium view. And so as the years go on, those questions will be used nationally, getting us a better percentile nationally of how we're ranking. We do have the ability, as we're going to set our cut scores, we'll be looking at national tests such as NAEP, those things with standards to determine so that we make sure that we set a high standard for our students in Arkansas and don't lower the bar.
Okay. I guess it just surprises me that none on here matched the standards in Arkansas.
They're not gonna match one-to-one.
Yeah.
And these are norm reference tests, so you're getting questions that are below grade level, above grade level, okay, for that national norm on your grade specific. Our Atlas test is taking you on the grade level that you're in.
I see.
Okay, and then there's been some confusion around the fact of the test is adaptive, all right, but it's adaptive within the grade band, all right. So if you are a third grade student taking the third grade test, and you are, let's say at the higher end, as you're answering questions within the system, it's going to move you up faster into those more difficult questions or more complex questions. If you're a student who may be a struggling learner, you'll start taking the test, you're missing questions, it'll bump you back down. So part of that is, one, test anxiety that you hear about, students getting frustrated easily with the test. It's going to do a better job adapting to keep you where the level you're in to determine where you're really at within your grade and if you've mastered those standards or not.
Okay. I guess slightly different question. In your review of all of these testing companies, are there any criticisms of any of them that you found concerns? I guess I'm slightly surprised, just a little, I mean, honestly, just a little surprised that every private school in Arkansas is giving a test and all of those tests qualified under our standard, under whatever standard you applied to decide if it was a good test or not.
Correct. So again, the rules and the law require a norm reference test. And then, once we surveyed the schools, they took our list. We looked at some of the tests we threw out, and we told the school, that's not gonna, you're gonna have to pick on one of these tests, because we felt like this was the group that met the requirements based on the law and the rules that were approved. And so we told the schools, and they got a little bit of a little bit of leeway here this first year, because it was the first year. And so it took them, they had already kind of made some plans for what tests they were taking. But moving into the 24-25 school year, once this list is approved, they will have to take one of these tests, because regardless of what tests they're taking currently. But we did notify schools at the beginning of last year, when they were approved, if the test that they were taking was going to be, would be considered a norm reference test.
Okay, and so some have made changes to
Correct.
fit within that.
Correct.
Okay.
And then, you could look at some of these as being those off-the-shelf tests, right? And that was some of the criticism we received from ACT Aspire, was that we had an off-the-shelf test that didn't necessarily match up to the standards in the specific grade levels. And so we've gotten very specific. So the test this year is an Arkansas test, because we have Arkansas educators reviewing test items, matching up standards, making sure that it is reflective of what we have set in standards in our state. And then as far as the standard being set on that scale, that will come before this board.
It's also my understanding, just to confirm, so correct me if I'm wrong, this is like a living document, so we can see future assessments put on the list for voting. And when you say it doesn't match up correctly, so I'm thinking like the classical model charter schools that we had open up, they're probably taking a classical assessment versus like Atlas, so that wouldn't match directly, but they're still on standard for the classical curriculum. Yes? Fair assessment?
That's correct,
Okay.
yes.
But if it's a charter, they have to take Atlas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because every public and charter would have to, but if it's a private.
But a private school.
Okay, but private school, okay.
And they might do, they might do multiple assessments.
Sure.
You have public school districts in our state who use NWEA.
Oh,
There are
okay.
numerous school districts that use that. So a single assessment, the Atlas assessment is the state's summative assessment, matched to our standards, right? So you have school districts in our state who would use some of these other assessments for other purposes. Some of these assessments have ongoing assessment pieces to it. We've tried to build an assessment system that would eliminate them having the need to go and purchase other assessments, all right, so that we're minimizing the amount of testing that we're doing. But this is our first year for it to actually give the assessment. Next year, more of the tools within the system will open up. They'll have formative classroom assessment tools that they can pick from. They'll have an interim assessment that they can use that predicts how you're going to do on the final. They'll have the reading plans, the math intervention plans. There'll be parent resources built into it. So we're hoping that some of our private school partners and friends will eventually say, you know what, there's a lot of good stuff in there. I'd like to be a part of that as well.
Okay, board members, any additional questions or comments? Ms. Rollins?
No.
Okay. Okay, no additional questions or comments. The floor will be open for a motion, and this is on item 7.
I move we approve this item.
There's a motion by Mr. Bragg to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Ms. Keener. Any questions before we take a vote? Okay, we'll take a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Now we see you again for item 8,
Yes, ma'am.
approval of associations to accredit.
Exactly. So in much the same fashion that we did for the test, the law and the rules require us to approve accrediting agencies for our private schools. And before you, will see the list of private school accrediting agencies that we are bringing to the board for approval. Again, an accrediting agency is the agency or the organization that accredits a private school that says to ensure quality within that school, just as much the same way that our state accreditation standards require our public schools to perform. And so basically, when you look into the rules, it says that these accrediting agencies have to, there's a process we go through with them as well to determine if they meet certain requirements. Number one, they have to have been in business for a while, for 2 or 3 years. They have to have good standards, high quality standards for educational quality among all of the, many of the same standards that our public schools have to meet as far as safety and as far as academic standards and teacher requirements and those type of things. So these accrediting agencies have those high quality standards. In addition, they have to, in the way that they do things, they have to do a site visit. So we require whatever agency it is, every 7 years, within every 7 years, they have to get on site and make sure that what's being reported annually that's happening at the school truly is happening. And so we're going on site. We're asking these accrediting agencies basically to vouch for the quality of the schools that are the private schools within our state, which is going to obviously increase the quality of all of our schools. And so within this group, we consulted with ANSA, our Arkansas Non-Public School Organization. We looked at the Texas Association, TEPSAC, which is the private school organization for Texas. And we looked at ENSO, because ANSA and Texas work really similar, work a lot closely to get together and partner together and looking for other agencies they might partner with for duly accredited type schools. And so this is the list that kind of is the I guess the conglomeration of all those discussions. And we feel like this is a list that will help the quality. Just as a kind of a point of fact here, almost half of our schools, private schools in the state, were not accredited prior to EFA. And so what has happened now by forcing these schools and requiring these schools to go through an accreditation process, it's going to require a greater level of accountability for our private schools, and it's also going to continue to improve the quality of the education in our state.
Can a school be accredited by more than one?
Correct, yes.
account? Okay.
So there's a lot of schools that would maybe be ANSA and Cognia.
Got it,
or,
okay.
that type of thing.
Board members, questions?
Did any private schools bring you an accreditation that you rejected?
Yes. So there were several, most of them because they didn't have a site visit associated with their process. There was several accrediting agencies who changed their policies, their board policies, to start including a site visit in order to continue accrediting in the state, because they feel like they saw the value in that. But yes, if the accrediting organization was not willing to perform a site visit to our private schools, then we would not allow them to be on this list.
Okay.
Ms. Rollins, questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, I do have a question, and it came to my attention at the last minute. I'm
Yeah,
sorry that
no,
I didn't ask
absolutely.
you beforehand. And this might be the case. There was a classical school, American Academy for Liberal Education. Was that one, and that's not on the list?
It should have been.
I didn't know if that was one of the ones.
No, that's this. I believe there should be 2 classical. And I'm not sure exactly how they were not on this list, so I apologize for that.
Okay.
And so we'd probably need to amend that the sheet and. Yeah, so if
Okay,
you-
and I'm sorry, it just came
No,
this
I'm glad
morning
you
and I
brought
didn't
that
get to
up.
see it,
You know,
so-
honestly, that didn't cross, I mean, when I looked at that, I was just kind of, we put it, I'm not sure how it didn't make the list, but yes, there's two actually classical schools that are accrediting agency that should be on this list.
Okay.
One of the, I had a question about the Montessori Society and the Montessori Council. Are
Huh?
those K-12, or do they stop at a certain, I often think of Montessori as being early childhood, but I know there are, anyway, what are the grade levels for?
I think it just depends, obviously, on the school. The school, and it's most, again, many of our Montessori schools go to like K-8, and they're not really into the high school, but there are some that continue that type of model throughout graduation. And so the accrediting agency is just accrediting the school regardless of whether it goes K-8 or K-12.
I'm asking because I'd be interested to add another early childhood program to this but it only goes through second grade, and so I
Mhm.
didn't know if that would apply to the EFA counts, if there are any schools that, you know, anyway.
Well, again,
Since we're amending,
if
I
they're
thought I-
accredited by one of our accrediting,
Yeah.
the approved accrediting agencies, then certainly, then regardless of their age band, you know, their span of their grades, they would be an accredited school. And so.
Thanks.
Okay, board members, any additional questions or comments? Okay, the floor will be open. For the one that was added, do we need to come back another month?
We'll bring it back on the next month.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
So I have a question though.
Yes,
I wanna-
ma'am.
What I thought I heard you say, I wanna make sure I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
You said, like in the example, that they're, an agency that only, or they accredit only K through 2, but you said they could be an accredited school regardless of grade band. And I'm like, well, maybe they can only accredit up to the second
Sure,
grade,
yeah,
right?
maybe I misunderstood the question, and I apologize for that. So basically what I was attempting to say was that regardless of the school's grade level, you know, the accrediting agency is accrediting a school, and it's not necessarily accrediting grades.
Okay.
And so typically, if you're a Montessori school, then the Montessori Accrediting Association is accrediting that school based on the Montessori standards that it has set. And so regardless of the school that comes to them for accreditation, regardless of that grade range, the accrediting agency is going to apply those standards to that school. So usually accrediting agencies don't accredit by grades. It's not an accrediting agency that says we're just going to do K through 2 or K through 8. It's an accrediting agency that's going to accredit a model. So again, I apologize if I misunderstood that question.
So to clarify, the school that I'm aware of, they've got ANSA accreditation, they've got NAIS, which I guess here it's referenced as the SAIS, which is the independent schools, and then also SAES, which is the Episcopal schools. They also have NACCE accreditation specific to their early childhood program.
Okay.
So when NACCE came in and does a visit, they only visit pre-K and, you know, whatever grade levels that school enrolls that is accredited by them. So the other accreditations cover the rest of the school, if that makes sense. But in addition, they wanted an additional, you know, national distinction.
For those lower grade levels.
Yes.
Right.
Which that's very admirable. I just didn't want the reverse to happen. Like, I'm gonna
Right.
get accredited from this.
But I'm also going to
yes.
serve 3rd through 8 and not
Right,
be accredited.
yeah,
in those
That's
exactly.
right.
Yeah, right,
That's
right,
what I want. to
Right,
make
I
sure is
certainly
in
understand.
everything.
And that's what I wanted to clarify, was that it's
Right.
additional, yeah.
Thank you.
You bet.
Okay. With that, the floor is open for a motion unless there's any further questions.
Are we holding, do we table this, or are we moving to table?
We can, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would ask that you go ahead and approve these today.
Okay.
And then we will bring back the extra one on the next board meeting.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I'll move to approve these.
Okay, there's a motion by Ms. Woods,
Second.
a second by Ms. Keener. Any questions, comments? We'll go on for a motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we move on. Do we want a break before or keep
Yes.
going? Break? Okay, let's take a break. Let's come back at 11, and we'll start with the PLSB cases. we go. Okay, we are back together. Miss Rollins, can
Yes.
you hear us? Okay. Well, she might have stepped out for a moment. Oh, she's there? Okay. I don't know why Zoom's messed up. Oh, there you are. Thank you. Great. We are on action item number 9. So we'll get started here with Miss James.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Whitney James with the department. This item is regarding Stephen Shook. This was on your consent agenda last month, but you voted to have a review of the evidentiary hearing transcript. Mr. Shook is not present today. He was, or his attorney was given notice of the hearing by certified mail and by email. We have confirmation that they received both. If it pleases the board, the PLSB would like to make an oral argument regarding this case. Okay. And this may not be appropriate for little ears or.
Okay, so because he's not here, we're not going to be doing the full proceeding.
Yes, ma'am. The rules state that if he is not present, we go ahead and conduct the review without him.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Could I ask a question about the notice? Is that okay?
Yes.
How did you confirm that the attorney still represents him?
He did at the time of the hearing, and if he does not represent him, I would think he would let him know about the hearing, I would hope. But we had to serve the attorney with the notice, yes, sir.
Did you serve him personally with notice of today's proceeding?
Yes, he received it by certified mail, and he also received it by email. We have confirmation that he received both.
Mr. Shook?
The attorney, Mr. Patrick Binka.
I know, but if Mr. Binka doesn't represent Mr. Shook anymore, when was the PLSB hearing?
The hearing was March the 26th, and I did also email his attorney on the day that you all voted to move it to the action agenda and let him know, you will be getting a hearing notice from us. This has been moved to the action agenda for next month. And I also sent him a copy of all of the exhibits that we sent to you, which is the hearing transcript and everything that was in that folder.
All right, I guess you did not hear from the attorney that he does not represent him.
No, I did not.
All right.
But I will tell you that we've had this case for 3 years, and that has been the standard, non-responsive.
Oh.
Yes. In short, it was not surprising to me. Are we ready to proceed?
Him not being here
Oh.
seems surprising, though. I guess that is a deal, but I hate that. But
Are we ready to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. We have earphones on and.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Again, this case is case number with the PLSB 21075 regarding Stephen Shook. Mr. Shook had an evidentiary hearing on March the 26th of 2024. He was on the May State Board agenda. You all voted to move it to this month's action agenda for review of the evidentiary hearing transcript, which we have requested and sent to you all. Mr. Shook is not present, and he did not respond at all to any of the communication that we had regarding this hearing. PLSB would like to make an oral argument. We have 10 minutes. I don't think I'll take that long. The educator in this case, Mr. Shook, started working at the England School District in the 2020-2021 school year on a provisional license. By the end of December of 2020, 2 students had reported to their parents that he touched them in their private area while in the classroom at his desk. The desk, and there are pictures in your file, had items stacked up on one side to obscure the vision from the rest of the class. The photographs of the desk were taken by the chief of police at the time, Bill Dorson, who also testified at the evidentiary hearing. 2 additional students stated that Mr. Shook had rubbed their shoulders and back area, and an allegation was filed with our office, and reports were also made to DHS. Our case was placed on hold because Mr. Shook had a criminal case. He was charged with sexual assault. He had a jury trial this past summer, and he was acquitted, but that does not mean that he did not violate the Code of Ethics. As you know, that is a different burden of proof in a criminal case than we have here today. Today, the burden of proof is preponderance of the evidence, where a criminal case it is beyond a reasonable doubt. The PLSB met its burden of proof at the evidentiary hearing in this matter. Mr. Shook came to the hearing with no witnesses, no evidence other than his own testimony. He argued that the PLSB should have requested the jury trial transcript to provide, quote, all the facts showing that he is innocent, but this was not the burden of the PLSB to request the jury trial transcript. In this case, there was DNA testing done on the leggings, underwear, and skirt of the first student, who was the one that reported the assault the day that it happened. The clothing was collected from her following her report of the sexual assault by Mr. Shook. Mr. Shook could not be excluded as a major contributor of the DNA found on the crotch of S1's underwear. If you look at the DNA test results, his DNA, or what was collected, is a match for 27 markers. And that report is in your hearing exhibits. And there's not a 100% match on the DNA. And while it could be the DNA of someone else in the population, this student did not identify anyone other than Stephen Shook as the person who sexually assaulted her. When the Ethics Subcommittee reviewed this case, they found there was a preponderance of the evidence that Mr. Shook violated standards 1 and 2 of the Code of Ethics. The rationale was that there were 2 true findings with DHS: very high negative impact on young students, first grade. Multiple students reported inappropriate sexual touching by the educator. Student 1 reported that the educator pulled her pants and panties out towards him and stuck his hand in her pants and started touching her privates. S2 reported that the educator put his hand in her pants and touched her privates. S2 reported that after being touched by the educator, she experienced pain with urination. S3 reported that the educator rubbed her shoulders and lower back. There were a total of 4 students that reported that he had touched them. The first 2 were the sexual touching. The DNA test conducted by a private laboratory could not eliminate the educator as a major contributor. At the evidentiary hearing, like I said, Mr. Shook presented no evidence other than his own testimony and provided no witnesses. The hearing panel reduced the recommendation to a 2-year probation, $150 fine, and Code of Ethics training, child maltreatment training, and parental involvement. They also required or recommended written reflections and requested, of course, that the educator pay all costs, or required that he did. He did not respond to the recommendation, thereby deeming it accepted, which led us to the consent agenda in May. The rationale at the evidentiary hearing was there wasn't enough evidence provided today to support the violation of Standard 1. Educator testified that he did not report concerns to the child maltreatment hotline, rather contacted a fellow educator. Based on testimony and evidence provided by the state and educator, the hearing panel was unable to support the findings of the ethics hearing panel concerning violations listed. The mitigators were sheriff testimony stated not enough evidence in the first student allegation, delay in arresting, parent witness, parent related to first allegation, and I'm reading this is verbatim. Question child after prompted from family, transcript of DNA testimony, physical examination was incomplete, no report of STD, STIs, etc. Aggravators were 2 truthful findings with the CACD, full transcript, and I'm assuming that means the hearing transcript, not provided, no educator witnesses, including but not limited to instructional facilitators, did not contact parent. The probation after the evidentiary hearing was based, I think, mainly on the failure to report to DHS that these students allegedly had issues with scratching themselves. The evidence at the evidentiary hearing from the parent was that the parent had never been informed that this was an issue. So I believe that testimony regarding the students scratching themselves came from Mr. Shook. The evidence in favor of a sanction of revocation that was presented at the hearing was 4 student statements that Mr. Shook touched them inappropriately, witness testimony that the students reported the inappropriate touching and have never recanted their statements, Mr. Shook's DNA was found in the crotch of one student's underwear. There was testimony from the Crimes Against Children Division of the Arkansas State Police that the victim stated the inappropriate touching happened, and there was no motivation found for the students to fabricate the statements. They were interviewed by forensic interviews that are specially trained to talk to students about situations such as this. There were 2 true findings with DHS. The DHS, of course, did their own investigation and talked to witnesses and found that there were 2 true findings. Mr. Shook only has his version of events, his version of what happened at the jury trial, with no evidence of the testimony he claims benefited him at the trial other than what he presented at the evidentiary hearing. And he also discussed the acquittal at the jury trial where the burden of proof was higher than the one that we have today. The PLSB argues that it met its burden of proof at the evidentiary hearing and that the first sanction, which was recommended by the Ethics Hearing Subcommittee, which was the first group that reviewed this, was correct, and that his license should be permanently revoked or non-renewed, and that he should be assessed a $500 fine.
Thank you. So now open for questions.
If the
at
board
this
does
point.
have questions. I am here, and the investigator from our office for this case, Shannon Rostad, is here as well.
Thank you. Board members, I'll go to my right first. Questions? Mr. Henderson, Mr. Bragg, Ms. Woods.
Where is he currently employed?
I do not know where he's currently employed. I don't believe that he's worked in a school since this occurred. He's now on the child maltreatment registry, so I don't know. I mean, he can't work in a school, so I don't know where he's working currently.
I'll just make the comment, I think with allegations as serious, your failure to show up speaks volumes, and that's disappointing.
Additional questions to my left?
I just want to clarify, make sure I understood.
Yes, ma'am.
That both, there was a child advocacy interview.
Yes, ma'am.
And it was found to be true.
Yes,
And then
ma'am.
there was a separate DHS investigation, or are those one and the same?
The same.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Wood, questions?
Did I hear you say in your argument or presentation a second ago that Mr. Shook's DNA was found in one of the students' underwear?
Yes, what DNA that they could pull from the underwear, he could not be excluded as a contributor.
Well, that's not the same as his DNA. That is, he could not be excluded as a contributor.
Yes,
Those are 2 very different statements.
yes.
So which is it?
He could not be excluded as a contributor.
Okay, so, all right.
Our argument, of course, would be that the evidence supports that it was his DNA. And I don't.
How could that possibly be your argument?
I do not think that he was disputing that his DNA was in the underwear beyond it could be 1 in 2,000 people, or he also made the argument that because the student was in his classroom, she could have touched something, and if she had an issue with touching her crotch area, then it could have been transferred.
Sure, well, what I read that he or his attorney agreed to was that male DNA was found in the underwear, but not conclusive as to whose.
It could have been 1 in any number in the population.
Yeah, half.
But if you look at the allele, if I'm saying that correctly, he was a match for all of those markers.
Mhm. And so that reduced it down to how many people were a match for those markers?
Let me look at the DNA.
While she's looking for that, I share the concern of Ms. Woods. I'm disappointed that he is not here to argue on his behalf. I also am bothered by the fact that he was acquitted in a jurisdiction that likely does not easily acquit those accused of sexual molestation of children. And I hate the severity of what we're asked to do, but in his absence, I have a hard time making too much of an argument.
Mr. Bragg, yes.
would the decision have been the same without the DNA issue?
I really can't tell you. Yeah, I can't speak for the hearing subcommittee or the hearing, the evidentiary hearing panel. I cannot.
You said the investigator's here.
Yes.
Okay. Did you interview Mr. Shook? No? Okay.
I'm sorry, is that the Child Advocacy Center investigator?
This
or
is our
this-
investigator.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
You did say it was 4 students,
Yes, sir.
but only one where DNA was identified.
Yes, the second student, I believe, didn't, she had a very strong reaction to, I believe, when they tried to complete the physical examination. I think that's when it was stopped.
Questioning, did this individual hold a teaching license?
Yes.
Okay, and how long had they been in the classroom? Had he been
This
in
was
the-
his first semester in the classroom.
Okay. Once you get placed on a child maltreatment registry, do you stay on that for an infinite period of time, or is it a finite period?
I don't know the answer to that right offhand. I can look that up for you. I know that after a certain period of time, you can petition to have your name removed.
Okay. But if
Yes,
you are
ma'am.
on the list and you try to teach in a school, you could not. Is that correct?
He would not be able to pass a background check.
Okay.
He would have to come, if you were going to teach, he would have to come here and request a waiver as it stands right now.
And we've had people do that, and they've come and they brought letters of support and all of that. I see none of that here. So that speaks to me. Additional questions, comments, board members?
I guess I'm frustrated by the standards that are accused of being violated if the facts presented are to be assumed true. It seems to me that there would be other standards far more severe than maintaining a professional relationship. I feel like we have had cases, and I apologize that I don't know that I have the standards at my fingertips, but are there not other standards that would have been violated if there was a sexual?
Yes, sir. The ethics subcommittee did find that he violated standard 1, which is the one that we see when there's an inappropriate relationship or physical contact with a student. Yes. And the ethics hearing subcommittee found that he violated standard 2, failure to follow local, state, federal laws for the failure to report the student scratching.
But PLSB did not find that he violated standard 1, is that correct?
Well, our ethics subcommittee is the first group that reviews it,
Okay.
and then the hearing panel is composed of individuals who are on the full board, maybe former full board members. They are individuals that the PLSB elects to make up the hearing panel.
But they didn't find as a whole that he violated standard 1?
Correct.
Okay, so
Correct.
the ethics subcommittee did, but the PLSB hearing
Yes, ma'am.
disagreed.
Yes, ma'am, and they reduced it to probation. Yes, ma'am.
Additional comments, questions, board members?
I just wanted to make a comment, sort of to piggyback off of what Mr. Wood said about the vast difference in the statement that his DNA was found and what I've read in the transcripts and everything about the Y allele and all of that stuff. So I think that was a very dangerous comment to make. And with that being said, I also don't have any question on how I stand on the true findings of the CAC Center, that the Child Advocacy Center. That is what they do all the time. That is their work, and I respect their true findings. And that's my comment, I guess.
Mr. Rollins, did you have any questions or comments?
I think my comment would be, as I'm very concerned at the length of his service in the classroom. We really don't have any history of this educator. That's a real concern for me.
Yes, he was not in the classroom for very long before this was reported. And I believed he was placed on administrative leave after that. So he, as far as I know, he hasn't returned to the classroom. He only had that short amount of time.
Yeah, okay.
So playing this out, if he failed to complete the recommendations, what happens at that point?
If he failed to respond to the,
Right, so if we, let's say we agreed to this as written today, if
Yes,
he
ma'am.
fails to complete the parental involvement training, the code of ethics training, the child maltreatment training by June 30th of 2025, what happens?
he would remain on probation until that is completed. I mean, we could potentially bring it back to you all to increase the sanction, but that would allow him, he could be in a classroom.
Well, I thought you said he couldn't because he's on the child maltreatment.
Yes, yes. If he's on the child maltreatment registry, if he got a waiver, he could be in the classroom. But if he's on probation with a waiver, if he's revoked, there's not a waiver for that. I guess I'm trying to distinguish between the two. Yes, ma'am.
What about if you were to move to another state?
It would depend on what their laws state. If he is revoked here, then he would be entered in our NASDAQ system.
Yeah.
And if he were to go try to teach somewhere else, they should get a NASDAQ hit for him and inquire regarding. And of course, there's limited information we normally can share, but in this case, he's had a public hearing, or we've had a
Right.
public hearing.
So that, this is a little bit off topic, but on the same track, Arkansas does not participate in the National Fingerprint Database. And this is one of those reasons that should someone have a similar instance in another state, you know, if it's a few years out, we don't have a way to find it. Other states that are participating it would come up in their search. So that's just
Would
a
that be
thought.
for any job you're talking about, or just for teaching specifically?
Any job that requires a fingerprint background check. So I think nursing homes, there's several that have, that also require that. Early childhood and education being one of them.
What about the financial aspect, the fines that are recommended? If he were to not pay that, what's the effect of that?
Again, I believe it's in the order that if you don't pay the fine, you don't meet the requirements that the state board gives you, that we could bring you back and increase the sanction.
Do we pursue fines? I mean, do we go after people to pay their $500 fine? If he has decided he doesn't want any interest in the education field ever again, and he just disappears to Alaska, are we gonna chase him down for $500?
Carly? Just have a question about the fines.
Carly Saraceni, Assistant Commissioner, Educator Effectiveness and Licensure. At this time, we do as much due diligence as we can about the fines. We sometimes feel like we're people going after you with these fines, but yes, we do as much as we can. And right now, we probably have about 85% to 90% payout with those fines. And as unlikely as it sounds, even when we do fines with revocations, we even process those. So they're pretty good about the fines. So.
All right, just wondering.
Any additional questions, comments, board members? As far as what a motion looks like, do we have to have multiple motions?
Yes, ma'am. There will be 3 motions. The first will be whether he violated the code of ethics and what standards those are. The second motion is the whether you want to accept or modify the recommendation of the hearing panel. And the third is the rationale, if you want to accept or modify, or if you have new rationale.
Okay. We haven't done one of these in a while, so if any board members have questions on what that's looked like, step up now.
So just so I get it, so motion one is basically, did he violate or didn't he? Motion two is accepting the recommendation or modifying, and then what was the third? I'm sorry.
The third is the rationale.
Oh.
So it's whether he violated the code of ethics, the recommendation, which is the sanction, and then the rationale. Yes, ma'am. And if you agree with the rationale of the ethics subcommittee or the hearing panel, you can just adopt it as it's stated.
Ms. James, I want to clarify. So when they're saying that if they're accepting that he violated the code of ethics, do they have to state which standard?
Yes.
Okay, and then, so I think there was two different, one group said standard 1, and then the second group said standard 2, right?
The first was standards 1 and 2, because standard 2 is professionalism, and that's likely the standard that's violated in every case. And then standard 1 is the inappropriate relationship.
Okay, so the board
Yes.
would need to clarify which one of those that they felt like he violated then.
Yes, ma'am. Standard 1 or 2 or both.
So what is the recommendation of the department?
The recommendation is a permanent revocation and a $500 fine.
Okay, what deviates from this?
It deviates from the hearing panel, yes.
Okay, questions, comments, or the floor will be open for the first motion, which is in regard to the code of ethics. Anyone, any comments before? Well, thank you. So our first motion is, or in regard to the code of ethics violation, which standards were violated?
Yes, if you did violate the code of ethics, and if so, which standards?
Is this us making our own decision that he violated these standards, or is this us merely affirming the decision of the PLSB?
You are making the final decision on the case.
Are we making a separate decision from the PLSB?
You can, if you adopt the previous recommendation from either group, whatever that is the final decision, or you can make your own. You are making the final decision. You're free to do whatever you believe is correct.
Because traditionally, he would be here presenting his set of facts,
Right.
and then we would, correct, that's the.
Yes, and then
Yeah.
you would still make the final decision.
I don't love being the decider of the facts today, having him not being here. But by nature of his default, I would be willing to accept the decision below when he was there, even though it sounds as though it was a rather poor defense that he asserted. He relied a little heavily on, y'all should have gotten the transcript. But nonetheless, he was present in the room that day. So I'm just gonna,
We've had instances, I'm glad that we haven't had many of these in the past couple of years where our board has had to decide these and, overturn the PLSB's decision or stuck with the PLSB's decision. It is noteworthy here that there was those two different levels of decisions. We've seen that and we haven't seen that. But at the end of the day, all of these decisions, even the ones on the consent agenda, we're the last to sign off on them and hold that responsibility.
So just to be clear, I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, the ethics subcommittee actually met with him during their hearing?
No, ma'am. That is the first level where they review the statements.
Okay.
They review they had the DNA report, they had the acquittal, they had the interviews that our office did, and then at the evidentiary hearing, The only.
Which is the PLSB level.
No, ma'am. The ethics subcommittee
Has their
is,
own,
they are all
okay.
full board members. Yes, ma'am. And then the second level is the evidentiary hearing, where he did attend and he gave his version of events. He didn't provide any, he didn't bring any exhibits or witnesses.
So, but it was at that hearing that they recommended the probation and the $150 fine?
Yes.
He was at that one?
He was at that one. And of course, our argument is that at that hearing, we still met our burden of proof.
I just wanted to make sure I understood
Yes,
which
ma'am.
level of people and.
Yes, ma'am.
Since the two are different.
Two different
which one
groups.
was he at?
Yes, he was at the hearing. He didn't agree with the recommendation and requested the hearing. Yes, ma'am.
Have there ever been an instance where we had a case like this? And if so, historically, how was these type cases handled?
We have had cases before where a revocation was reduced to a suspension and then to a probation, and the person reoffended. We have, I mean, I haven't really been here long enough. That one stands out in my mind. I think that's likely what drew the attention of the board, is that it went from revocation to probation, and I believe y'all wanted to see exactly what happened at the hearing.
Yeah, I can think of a few instances in my case. And I can think of also a few instances where people were on the child maltreatment registry and they came to us for a waiver from that, and they had tons of support to overturn that, you know, but here without any support, anything, I think we are deciding if someone should be in a classroom, but at this point in time, that individual can't even be in a classroom because they're on the child maltreatment list at this point.
And I think the revocation, if he's revoked, then he can't be in a classroom again. If he's on the child maltreatment registry, he'll eventually be able to get off the registry, and he can also ask for a waiver. So even though he can't be in a classroom now, he can potentially be in a classroom in the next couple of years, or maybe even sooner if he's on the child maltreatment registry.
Have there been, similar to Mr. Henderson's question, have there been examples where an individual was found not guilty of the allegations and this department still revoked a license?
This is the first one that I know of. Most of the revocations that we have that also have a criminal case, they either consent to the revocation, and we don't get to this point. I think because he had an acquittal, which again, we don't know what happened at the jury trial, that is likely why we have a different, that's why we're here.
So, no prior instances?
Okay, Sarah is our expert. She's been in the department for a long time. Sarah, would you like to come up? Oh, okay.
I mean, I think at
Okay,
the end of the day, we have such a different bar than what, than in a criminal case in that sense. And so, I mean, I'd argue the other way. We've had instances where they, it's unbelievable that the criminal case didn't go the way it should have.
Will you remind me again the options for motions?
Options for what was, the motions. Yes, ma'am. The first one is whether or not he violated the code of ethics and what standards he violated. That can all be one motion. For example, I make a motion that he violated standards 1 and 2. And the second motion is if he violated, do you want to accept, modify, or give some other recommendation? And the third is the rationale. So it's three different motions. And the rationale you can adopt the previous rationale, or you can modify it. And if you modify it, I guess that's also like giving your own brand new rationale.
So only standards 1 and 2 are up for discussion?
Those were the only two that were authorized, and in this case, I believe those are the only two that likely would apply.
Okay, so the 3 sets of motions, we'll take a vote after each motion.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Is anyone prepared to take the first motion yet around the code of ethics violation?
I'll make a motion that, Mr. Shook violated standard 1 and standard 2.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
A second.
A second by Mr. Bragg. Any questions? Can we take a vote?
Yes,
All in
ma'am.
favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. The floor is open for the next motion, which is to accept or modify the sanctions.
Yes, ma'am. And state what those would be, because we have two sets of
Will you remind us
sanctions.
what's the latest sanction is?
It is probation, probation of license for 2 years, a fine, code of ethics training, child maltreatment training, parental involvement training, written reflections on his trainings, and he would have to pay the cost. That's just something that we include with all of them. That's that is the Ethics Hearing Subcommittee's recommendation.
As it stands, but the
Yes, ma'am.
department's recommendation is,
Permanent revocation of license and a $500 fine.
okay. So floor is open for a motion to accept or modify.
I make a motion that we modify and accept the department's recommendations of revocation and a $500 fine.
Okay, so the motion, there's a motion to modify. Is there a second on the modify?
A second.
Okay, there's a second by Mr. Bragg. Any questions at this point?
No
Okay.
questions, but I'm just gonna say I'm voting to support these motions by nature of his not being here today. If he were here, I would be far more interested in a discussion about his not guilty verdict and the impact on the case.
Okay, we'll take a vote unless there's any additional comments or questions. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. And then the third motion is on the rationale.
Yes, ma'am, and if you would like to accept, if you're going with the revocation and you would like to accept the rationale of the Ethics Subcommittee, that you can do that. Would you like for me to read that to you again? Okay. The rationale, I'm so sorry. The rationale of the Ethics Subcommittee was the educator has 2 true findings by the Crimes Against Children Division that were not appealed. Very high negative impact on young students, first grade. Multiple students reported inappropriate sexual touching by the educator. Student 1 reported that the educator pulled her pants and panties out toward him and stuck his other hand in her pants and started rubbing her privates. S2 reported that the educator put his hands in her pants and touched her privates. S2 reported that after being touched by the educator, she experienced pain with urinating. Student 3 reported that the educator rubbed her shoulders and lower back. The DNA test conducted by a private laboratory could not eliminate the educator as a major contributor. You may modify that rationale or...
Okay, so you can, so the motion could be to accept as is or to modify.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Or you can add or take away which you would like.
Do we have to have a rationale?
Yes, sir.
Does it have to describe facts of the underlying allegations?
We have to make, findings of fact. If you did not want to include the very detailed facts of what happened, you could state multiple students reported inappropriate sexual touching by the educator. And then the other are the very high negative impact, the 2 true findings, and the DNA test conducted by a private laboratory could not eliminate the educator as a major contributor.
Why do we have to include that, or do we?
It's up to you what you would like to include. You don't have to.
We could have a simple rationale statement.
Maybe that we accept the rationale of the Ethics Subcommittee, the 2 true findings by the CACD with very high negative impact to multiple students. And then leave the details that,
I would suggest including that the students reported the inappropriate sexual touching, since that, that really speaks to standard one, but it's whatever.
Okay, is anyone prepared to make the motion on the rationale at this point in time?
I make the motion to accept the rationale based on the, all the minutes, things that we amended, based on that.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Henderson to accept the rationale. Is there a second?
Second.
I was gonna say, can I just clarify, so are we saying the rationale is based on the report of inappropriate sexual conduct, the two true findings, what were the other ones?
Very negative, high student
Yes.
impact to multiple
Yeah.
students.
And cut it at that? Is
So
that-
just,
is that
just
what
so
we're-
I'm clear,
Yes.
it's, the motion is educator has two true findings, very high negative impact on young students, first grade, and multiple students reported inappropriate sexual touching by educator.
Is that what your motion was?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make
So there's a motion by Mr. Henderson and Mr. Bragg, you seconded it. Okay, any more questions? Okay, we'll take a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion passes.
Okay.
See with that, oh, this is hard work. So it's 11:50. We're gonna go ahead and take our lunch break now. Are we okay coming back at 12:45, 12:50?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. We'll say, we'll come back at 12:45.
Thank you.
Okay, we are back. Thank you for your patience. Getting a few last puzzle pieces in place. And we will begin for we are back on our action agenda, item number 10. We have Ms. James back up with us.
The next agenda item is an evidentiary hearing review regarding Tyler Scott. This is PLSB case number 24075. Mr. Scott had an evidentiary hearing on April the 3rd of 2024 and is requesting a review. He has requested oral argument. The PLSB has also requested oral argument, and we will each have 10 minutes to present, with the educator going first. He is here today, as well as his attorney. Thank you.
Thank you, and I want to double check, Ms. Rollins, you can hear us okay on Zoom?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Thank you, and we had 2 board members who had to step out, so the rest of us here. Thank you. Good
May I
morning.
proceed?
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Trey Kitchens. I'm the attorney for Tyler Scott. He's the educator in this matter. He's here with his wife and his in-laws from both sides of his family. We have asked this board for a review today for the action and the recommendation taken by the subcommittee of taking my client's license for a year. You have the transcript of the hearing, and I want to go over some of the issues that are undisputed, because this is not really a factual dispute that we're getting into today. While we do not agree with the findings of fact, for the purposes of this hearing, I'll only cover undisputed matters. The first issue is the person who brought the complaint. Mr. Mike Busick, who is a board member, brought a 112-page, primarily single-spaced complaint. This is glaring because he's a board member who acted independently. This was not a board action. He went out and solicited complaints. While there's some dispute about whether or not he solicited complaints, it's important to note that one of the complaints was from 2017, so it begs incredulity to think that a board member got a complaint and held it for a number of years before he made the complaint to the state. So you've got a board member who's soliciting complaints on his own and not as an independent board action. That's number one. Number two, the investigator didn't care that Mr. Busick had a previous dispute with my client, or Mr. Busick was trying to have his son play baseball at a different school, and somehow he blamed my client as superintendent for not helping him falsify those records or to get his son to play at a different school. And it's in the transcript where the individual who was the investigator for the state said she didn't know that and she didn't care. Additionally, it's glaring that in the complaint itself, on the front page, I'm sure you're all familiar with the complaint page, it says that anything contained in the complaint is under penalty of perjury. It is undisputed and not debated at all that the complaint had factual inaccuracies that, again, the investigating officer said she simply didn't care. She didn't care that there were factual inaccuracies that the complaining party made under penalty of perjury. By way of background, my client worked for the England School District for 16 years. He was superintendent for 5 years, being renewed year to year after his first 2 years. During his 5 years as superintendent, my client was never evaluated one time, never received an annual evaluation as his contract called for. Also, he was never written up, he was never suspended, he was never disciplined in any way in his 5 years. And to this day, he still is being paid pursuant to his contract by England School District. England School District's counsel is here, and they've paid him this entire time that he's been suspended. It comes down to this. The subcommittee is recommending my client lose his license for a year, and that's what we're here to dispute. When you look at what he did, at best, taking the state's version, not even arguing the factual underpinnings, at best, he was mean to some people and hurt some feelings. He was not accused of a single crime. He was not convicted of a single crime. There was nothing having to do with any student. There was nothing having to do with any money. None of those things are even at issue in this case. In fact, my client, who allegedly, and I'm saying allegedly because while we don't agree with it, but agree with it for the purposes for this conversation, allegedly threatened people's jobs. They can't point to a single person that he disciplined by write-up or termination or cost a single person a penny. So factually undisputed, no crimes, nothing involving children, nobody being disciplined, no adverse job consequence of any kind taken against any educator in the England School District by this man. To this day, he has still not been disciplined by the board. The complaining party had an axe to grind against him, took independent board action, and solicited complaints. Those are the undisputed facts. For this egregious bullying that resulted in no criminal or civil charges whatsoever, my client is supposed to be kicked out of education for a year. I need the board to consider the standard and the bar. If you impose this penalty, the bar that's being met for everyone in the state of Arkansas who has a license issued by the state, whether educators, lawyers, doctors, chiropractors, massage therapists, the contractors board, the standard would be established that if you're mean to somebody, if you hurt somebody's feelings, you can't only get fired, because we're not here about a termination, we're not here about a renewal, we're here about the revocation of a license. And the standard will become in the state of Arkansas that if you're mean to somebody, if you hurt somebody's feelings, the state will take your license for a year. The facts that I'm giving you are all undisputed. The standard that we've asked for is we will accept the penalty of probation. We will accept the penalty of additional education. My client testified in the hearing that he could have handled things better, and he's willing to accept responsibility for that. What he's not willing to accept is to lose his license that he's spent his entire career as an educator because he hurt some people's feelings. I'm happy to answer any questions from the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. James, do we do the states now? Okay.
My name is Whitney James with the department. To respond to a few of the things that Mr. Kitchen stated, the school board member did make the complaint in this case, but of course anybody can make an ethics complaint. The testimony at the evidentiary hearing was not that the school board solicited statements from individuals for the allegation. There was also no evidence presented that I recall, certainly not a preponderance, that there was any ulterior motive for filing the ethics complaint. Also, it's not really relevant that the superintendent was not written up or disciplined. We are talking about specific action statements, bullying, harassment that happened, that the testimony at the hearing consistently supported. Mr. Kitchens is minimizing what happened. This is so far beyond hurt feelings. This was bullying and harassment of his staff, all because of a personal issue, and I'll get into that a little bit more. Also, Mr. Scott was not the acting superintendent at the school for very long after this happened, so it really is not very relevant that no one was written up after this, because he, I believe he was placed on administrative leave pretty soon after this happened. As Mr. Kitchen stated, Mr. Scott is the superintendent of the England School District. After his contract with the district was not renewed, he began to bully and harass his staff. And I have examples of what was said if we need, just to refresh your memory on that. They feared for their jobs. At his administrator's retreat last summer, in front of his administration and APSRC, who I believe was hosting the retreat or present at the retreat, Mr. Scott stated, and this was confirmed by witnesses during our investigation and at the hearing, that after Learns, with teacher fair dismissal gone, it was going to be like Christmas morning, his words, Christmas morning for him. He disparaged his school board members to his administration. After the retreat, Mr. Scott proceeded to call several teachers to his office on an urgent matter, and the matter was, why are you spreading rumors about me and my federal programs coordinator and my wife? So teachers were very scared when they got a phone call from the superintendent during the summer to come up to the school, and this was about rumors, which is kind of what started the bullying and harassment at the administrator's retreat. During the PLSB's investigation of this case, Mr. Scott did not take accountability. He did not take accountability at the evidentiary hearing. He either denied that he made the statements, or he said he didn't remember making the statements, while witness after witness testified that he did. Mr. Scott wants a sanction of probation, but that is not the appropriate sanction for his conduct in this case. Both the Ethics Subcommittee and the Ethics Hearing Subcommittee two different groups found that Mr. Scott's license should be suspended for 1 year, followed by probation of license for 2 years. The hearing subcommittee's rationale was the superintendent used his position of authority negatively for a personal matter. Multiple district personnel were subjected to the superintendent's negative behavior of bullying and harassment. The superintendent failed to take accountability for his actions. The superintendent violated district policy 3.38 regarding bullying. There was a high negative impact on school culture and subordinates. The superintendent used his position to bully and strong-arm his subordinates. He violated Standard 2 of the Code of Ethics. This is so far beyond hurt feelings. The testimony at the evidentiary hearing was Christmas morning, disparaging school board members, talking about another educator's PLSB case at the retreat, which should be confidential. Mr. Scott denied this, but his wife took the minutes at the retreat, and it is there. He met with the school counselor one-on-one with his federal programs coordinator present, threatened to sue her and take her stipend away. He publicly spoke about personnel issues. Again, he had his federal programs coordinator present in meetings with teachers, and she is not HR. She should not have been in those meetings, so there's a confidentiality concern. He belittled, chastised, ran down, and spoke poorly to the entire group for 2.5 days. That was the testimony at the hearing. He said to his leadership team, "I don't know if you're incompetent, lazy, or just don't care." And people were crying, people were embarrassed. And after he met with the teachers at the school, the testimony was that he asked them to make a Facebook post on their personal Facebook pages apologizing for their part in spreading the rumors. The recommended sanction was the appropriate sanction, and that is the recommendation of the PLSB.
Thank you. Ms. James, before we get started with questioning, can you remind me, procedural-wise, do they have 5-minute rebuttal?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
It's just 10 minutes each of oral argument, and then if the board has any questions
Okay, so
for
then it's
either
open
party.
For either party.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
then-
Yes, ma'am. And my investigator, our chief investigator, Sarah Banker, is here if you have any questions about the investigation.
Okay, and then the motions, is it the same that was in the last one we had, where you have 3 separate motions that have to be taken?
Yes, ma'am. It is the same.
Okay. Can you remind us, just before we start questioning, what were the ethics violations?
They were, let's see, got it right here. Standard 2, which is professionalism, exhibited inappropriate disposition inclusive of professional and ethical behavior, violated state or district, state, or federal policies or law.
Okay.
Standard 2. There were no students involved in this.
Okay, thank you. So
Thank
let's get
you.
started with questioning. I'll go to my right first, and this is for the state or the party involved. Mr. Henderson, questions?
Not at this time.
Mr. Bragg?
Just what's the current status of the superintendent now?
Yes.
He was removed from his position last fall. He is still under contract and he's still being paid by the England School District, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Questions, Ms. Woods?
Sorry. I just want to make sure, because I think Mr. Kitchen said revocation, but we're just talking about a 1-year suspension, right?
Yes, ma'am. The recommendation of both groups was suspension followed by probation. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So revocation has not been actually recommended.
That was not the recommendation, no, ma'am.
I just wanted to make sure. Are we allowed to ask him if he has a statement, or no? Because he's represented by counsel.
I believe that would be up to him and his counsel, whether he wants to make a statement.
1 second, ma'am.
Yes, please.
If it's okay, he's happy to make a statement. And also, I don't mind the board questioning him directly. We're not trying to hide behind the walls.
Okay, thank you. If you don't mind standing and raising your right hand to do the oath. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And if you would state your name, please.
Tyler Scott.
Thank
Can
you.
you adjust the microphone?
Is that better?
Yes. I just wanted to see, like, if you had a statement that you'd want us to consider as we.
I think the term bullying is grossly misused. I didn't bully anybody. At that retreat, I said, everybody knows I did not get my contract extended. And this is going to be the year of accountability, and I'm going to make sure I have the best year I've had as an educator at England School District. And I don't feel like I was bullying or threatening. I didn't write anybody up. I didn't threaten to take anybody's stipends. There's several things that's been said that's not true. I didn't ask anybody to make a Facebook post. I mean, I take responsibility for trying to hold teachers accountable. But again, I was in no way threatening to take stipends, write people up, or sue anybody.
Did you call in teachers during the summer break?
We did call in some teachers, and the reason they got called in is because a parent contacted me and heard teachers talking about it at school. They said it was a personal issue, but once it carried over to school and it involved 2 other educators, I did call them in to talk about it.
Understood. The department brought up that you had the federal, and I forget who you said, you said there was a federal
programs coordinator.
The programs coordinator, thank you. Did you have her in rooms with meetings with teachers?
Yes, but we also had principals. Like when we were interviewing or hiring, we're a small district, so we try to have all hands on deck when we're dealing with stuff at the school.
Is that a typical protocol to have the federal programs coordinator in there?
When we interview, yes, because she is over the teachers as far as, and she's instructional facilitator also. So it's not like she's just federal programs. She was the instructional facilitator, so she did assist with teachers and hiring and stuff.
Okay.
We've also had math coaches and literacy coaches in on interviews also.
Okay. I may have more, but I'll pass.
Thank you for your willingness to answer our questions.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us, in the event, is it anyone here, or is there anyone that was present that can speak on your behalf?
My wife was at the leadership retreat.
Okay. What about staff and faculty?
May I, sir?
Yes.
It's interesting to note, sir, that the complaining board member who started all this did not testify at the hearing, but the president of the England School Board was there and did testify on my client's behalf. And we also had a parent at the England School District who'd been very involved with the school for many years also there who testified on his behalf.
So I'm a little conflicted. In your comments, Mr. Kitchens, you said that Mr. Scott has taken full accountability for his actions, and I think that on the opposing side, it was said that there was no accountability. So
Well,
where do you stand?
I would
What
say
are you accountable for?
If I had to do over, I would have not had the meetings in the way I had. I mean, I would have done the leadership retreat the same as I did. I didn't berate or talk bad to anyone. I did tell them I was going to be holding them accountable. I said I've walked by too many classrooms where teachers are eating and kids are on their cell phones and they're not doing what they're supposed to do. I said it's the principal's job to hold the teachers accountable. If the principals did not hold those teachers accountable, I would hold the principals accountable. And I mean, I did make those statements. And again, as far as the meetings, obviously I would do that differently, but it was not my intent to bully or threaten. And it was 3 weeks after, I believe, when I was sent home, nobody was written up during that time period, or there was no threats of writing anybody up.
So one other question. On the topic of the federal programs coordinator being in meetings and interviews, and I understand if you're interviewing someone, you need everyone who's going to be working with that person to have some contribution to that interview. But these meetings were not interviews, were they?
No.
These were these are teachers that were under contract already for the coming year, is that correct?
Yes, the meetings were conducted with the teachers that were talking about stuff at the school that involved these other educators. That's why everybody was in on the meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Rollins, do you have questions at this point?
Maybe talk to us about your relationship with your school board, not just the one school board member, but what is your relationship with the board?
Up until this past January, when I didn't get extended, it had been great. And it was a 4-3 vote to not extend my contract, and up until then it was great. I still speak to the board president fairly regularly, not about school business obviously, but just catching up. But before that, it's been great up to this point. I haven't had any ill situations with any of them except for the one who wanted his son to play baseball at another school. The board had a meeting to release him for school choice, which still wouldn't have made him eligible to play sports, and the vote, 2 board members didn't have their minutes at the time, we didn't know it. So he was released, but he was not eligible to play. Well, England's baseball team that year was not gonna have enough player. It was on the verge of not having enough to have a team, so the AAA wrote a letter that said that his son could play at Carlisle School District for that 1 year, but if England had a team the next year, he would have to return to England's team. Well, during that time, his wife and him got a legal separation, and his wife lived in Carlisle, he lived in England. Well, there were several people that were supportive of me and not happy that he voted to not extend my contract. There were some pictures taken and sent to the AAA. He called me and threatened me and said, "This is not gonna end well for you. I know you can put a stop to this." And that was pretty much the end of our relationship as a board member superintendent.
What's your relationship out in the community? How much support?
Well, the meeting, when they didn't extend my contract in January, the following meeting, when they readdressed it in February, there was about 150 people there in support. I still have several people contact, and our church members have contacted and said they hate the way things happen, they hate that I'm leaving, and I still feel like I had a lot of support, but.
Right, thank you.
Board members, additional questions right now? Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions of the PLSB?
I've got one for Ms. James.
Yes, sir.
In going through all the guidelines, how do you, is there a specific matrix that you use? I mean, what determines whether you recommend probation or suspension or revocation?
Yes, sir. Did you get the handout that we passed out earlier? Okay. These are guidelines, so obviously each case is different, but you're really looking at the weighting factors, 1 or more present, and then you can also look at the facts of the case to decide which sanction you think is appropriate. For a suspension, multiple violations over, and they don't all have to be there, it's just 1 or more, multiple violations over a period of years, moderate to high level of negative impact on student, moderate to high level of damage to loss of misuse of school district property or funds, and then willful or intentional violation of the code of ethics versus just knew that actions violated the code of ethics. So the level of impact is often a consideration when deciding between probation and suspension, as well as the number of violations, and if there's any evidence of some history of prior behavior or a pattern over a number of years.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Board members, questions? And everyone saw that. That's Appendix D of our handout, the last page that has it sanctioning violations. I do have a question. So
Yes, ma'am.
did this case go through the 2-step process of the 2 committees?
Yes, ma'am. The
Okay.
second, after the hearing, after hearing all the testimony, the evidentiary hearing panel did uphold the previous sanction.
Okay. Ms. Rollins, any questions of the agency right now?
Oh, no, thank you.
Okay. So at this point, questions, comments? Give yourself a minute to think, just to, as a reminder, at whatever point in time we get to a motion, it will be 3 separate motions. The first one being the code of ethics violation, the second to accept or modify the sanction, and the third is the rationale.
I guess I have a question for the department, and maybe for you as the investigator. How many allegations did he have in total? Do we have that number?
For this one, it's just one allegation. It was pretty lengthy.
Okay.
But as far as previous, you've never had any previous, have you had previous allegation? Ethics violation?
So was it a composite of a bunch of different complaints? I guess as I was reading through, there was a number of witnesses, but there was only actually one person that brought forth the complaint. Is that?
Yes,
Okay.
there only has to be one complainant, but I believe that there were several statements from
Within
witnesses
that?
with that, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Any questions or thoughts at this point? You want to talk through what you're thinking?
Yeah, you may have
Is there a
shared
motion?
it, the complaints, was it in a threshold of a 1 year, or is it multiple?
Are you asking if because there were multiple complaints in the same allegation that would meet the guidelines for multiple violations?
Yes, the time frame, is it, the time window, is all these complaints based on 1 year term, 2 year term, or multiple?
I believe there was something mentioned from 2017, but all of the other violations were over that period of last summer.
Can I clarify that, please?
Oh, come to the microphone, please.
I know we're a little bit informal and I don't want to take the turn, so thank you. Sir, the 2017 alleged violation that's contained in the complaint, he wasn't even a superintendent at that time. That goes back to the issue that Mr. Busick was soliciting these complaints, going out and reaching out for him and trying to find anybody who had something bad to say about Mr. Tyler. So, thank you. Appreciate you letting me clarify.
The evidence at the hearing was not that the complaints were solicited. But if you would like to review the hearing transcript on that, I believe each witness was asked about that.
Well, so from my, if I remember correctly, they were all having to do with this leadership retreat, correct?
It was an administrator's retreat, yes, ma'am.
administrative retreat,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am, leadership.
Also, is it normal, and I mean, I don't mean to speak out of turn, but like, is it normal for a spouse to take meeting minutes, or is she employed with the district?
She was employed with the district
is,
at
okay.
the time. She may still be employed
It still
there.
is, okay.
Okay, board members, we're additional questioning or preparing to make a motion at this point. Ms. Rollins, any additional questioning or thoughts from you?
No, I don't.
Okay. I will just, in looking at this sanctions guidelines, do have some questions if you don't mind, Ms. James. I have a hard time with this because it's not hard and fast, right? Like, I feel like the PLSB has discretion to sort of deviate up or down depending on mitigating factors in the case. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, they do. And we have an updated sanctioning matrix in our new rules to maybe get some consistency. But yes, they do have discretion because each case is not going to fit perfectly into one of these columns. Yes, ma'am.
And I know we need to take each case individually, but it is hard to see this sanctioning matrix and think about cases that have very different actions that lead to similar or not similar sanctions, and are different levels of severity in that sense. Those individuals that were on the hearing the case at the time, were they in consensus? Was there, broader discussion? Can you share a little bit more?
It was unanimous.
Okay. Okay, so at this point, back to the table, is anyone ready to make a motion reminder that the first motion is around the code of ethics violation. The second is around the sanctioning, and third is the rationale for the sanctioning.
I'm not sure exactly how to phrase.
Dr. Moore, did the department have a recommendation for us? Did I miss that?
Yeah, I'll have Ms. James come.
Ms. Rollins, the recommendation of the department is to uphold the sanction that was recommended by both the Ethics Subcommittee and the Ethics Hearing Subcommittee.
Okay.
Is that a comprehensive motion, or do we still need 3?
We do need 3. So the first being the code of ethics violation, the standard that was violated, and the agency, and PLSB is referring to standard number 2, which is, could you tell us that standard again, please?
Standard 2 is an educator maintains competence regarding his or her professional practice, inclusive of professional and ethical behavior, skills, knowledge, dispositions, and responsibilities relating to his or her organizational position. And specifically, with this, the two items under Standard 2 that we were authorized to investigate were exhibited inappropriate disposition inclusive of professional and ethical behavior and violated district, state, or federal policies or law. And that includes, of course, district policies.
I would make that motion that we uphold that.
Okay. So a motion by Mr. Bragg for the code of ethics violation standard 2. Correct. Is there a second to the motion?
Dr. Moore, I'll second that motion.
A second by Ms. Rollins. Any questions? Okay, floor is open. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Now, the second motion is to accept or modify the sanctioning from the PLSB ethics hearing.
Here's where I get conflicted. I'll just make a comment before somebody makes a motion. Like, in reading through some of this, I absolutely respect and agree with holding people accountable. But there's a fine line between being mean about it and bullying, and also just drawing a hard line. When people brought, and I guess if I'd ask you a question, when people brought these issues to you, did you ever apologize to them? I mean, because an apology goes a long way.
Nobody ever brought anything to me.
So when you called these teachers in to discuss the rumors,
They didn't say one word about it. No, ma'am.
So you're saying they made all that up?
I'm not saying they made everything up. I'm saying that the 3 teachers are very close friends, and they spend a lot of time together, and they all live beside that other board member.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as the leadership retreat, since the elementary principal that was at that retreat, and she wasn't involved in the hearing, has told my wife that how much she misses me being there, and that she loved her time at England School District when I was there. And she would have been at that meeting, at the leadership retreat.
Mr. Kitchens, did any of the other teachers or anybody at the lower level hearing provide any letters of recommendation or anything on his behalf that I might
Yes,
have
one
missed?
of the witnesses who testified, the federal programs coordinator who was in the meeting, specifically said there was no bullying, there were no threats in either one of those meetings, and you have that testimony in the transcript.
Oh, okay, it was in the transcript.
And she was part of those meetings. It's also important to note that the investigator for the state never bothered to talk to my client's wife, who allegedly was part of all this and saw all these meetings, and she said, well, that's his wife, I'm sure she won't testify truthfully, she'll just support him, which is ironic considering she didn't even bother to find out if Mr. Busick had an axe to grind, a reason to have problems with my client, a reason to solicit a 112-page single-space complaint, a reason to take independent board action. She never did any of that. She certainly said she wasn't going to talk to my client's wife because, oh, she'll just support her husband.
Okay, so but how many people are we talking about at this leadership retreat?
Both instructional facilitators, my wife, both principals, counselor, and the technology coordinator and the special ed director.
So less than a dozen?
Yes.
But only one person spoke up on his behalf?
That's who we called as a witness.
Why wouldn't you call other people?
because originally we were set for a 2-hour period of time, 1 hour each side.
Oh, this is the PLSB hearing. Okay.
If we had had full due process where we had had a trial and the rules of evidence applied,
Well,
this would be a
isn't the rules of
real
evidence.
different game.
Okay.
And we would have called many more witnesses, and we would have had the time to put on an entire case where chain hearsay, where you get to the fourth and fifth person in the hearsay, that wouldn't have come in.
Well, but, and I understand that, but I mean, we've had PLSB hearings before and people
Yes,
have
ma'am.
submitted letters on behalf of someone and they send those to us as well. Did we
There
have
were
any-
letters that were submitted to the investigator that were not sent up through the chain. My client has community support, he has support of his family. And again, and this comes back to a question you asked earlier about accountability. We're fine with the sanction of probation, we're fine with the additional education, we're fine with all of those issues. The only thing we had an issue with is taking this man's license and his ability to do his job. He's a postgraduate in education, and he's made this his entire career. You made a point, what's the difference between being mean and just drawing a very hard line? Are you gonna take somebody's license for a year because that line is, as you say, it's a difficult line to navigate?
Well, and the thing is, I can only read tone, right?
Sure, yes, ma'am.
So I just have a lot of conflict over only one person out of 12. Who were the other individuals that wrote letters?
One was a former teacher that was my math coach for many years. I'd worked with her the entire 16 years I'd been there. There was a couple of parents, the school board president. Actually, there were several parents.
And the school board president came to the hearing and testified on his behalf as well.
Ms. James, is that, I mean, were there documents? We've just never not received that, so that's why I'm curious why in this case those wouldn't have been escalated.
I'll be happy to respond. Policy of my office is if an educator submits a character reference letter or anything that they want the subcommittee to see, we include that in the packet. So I'm not sure which letters he's referencing.
Okay.
I will also say that at the hearing, I called people who had firsthand knowledge of what happened, and I believe he called a school board member that was not at the retreat or in the meetings, as well as a couple of character, as well as a character reference, as well as a special education coordinator who was present at the meeting.
Okay, so he had one person from the meeting there testify at that hearing.
That's my
Is that
recollection.
my understanding? Okay.
Yes, and our witnesses were either the individuals who were called to the school or present at the meeting. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how many was that for the state?
That was, let me think.
Was there like 6 or 7?
I had my investigator, I had the federal programs coordinator, I had 2 teachers that were called to the school, and I also had the school counselor who was, had a one-on-one meeting with Mr. Scott at the leadership retreat.
Okay, yeah, so like 6.
Yes, and I mean, and I believe that Mr. Kitchens made the request at the beginning of the hearing to have additional time if needed, and I believe the judge said, we'll give you as much time as you want.
Okay.
That's my recollection.
What is the state's position on this?
Yes, sir. Our recommendation is that, you know, both groups found the same sanction was appropriate and had the same rationale. Our position is that it should be upheld and that we met our burden of proof in evidentiary hearing.
I'm going to go on record for I just get so conflicted for PLSB cases. We have individuals who've done egregious things against students, and I'm not seeing higher levels of sanctioning. And I would just like to send the message as you're working with PLSB that we would like to see a little bit more consistency and more information when they make those sanctioning decisions. This feels like a district level issues that, I mean, I'm glad that we've never had a case like this in front of our board. And I'm not trying to belittle it at all. I think when issues occur, they need to be taken care of. But I just can't keep thinking on our consent agenda. We have others who have misused funds and misused students and have lesser sanctioning. So maybe we need to have a meeting with PLSB soon so we understand better where they're coming from. This is not, I know, this is not sort of stance on this particular case. It's just hard to deal with these cases when we're getting them at the end, without a lot of thinking into their matters. And I don't know if I don't know. It's hard to see either way. Looking at, if you look at the sanctioning, the suspension is multiple violations over a period of years, moderate to high level of student impact, which is not to belittle impact on teachers. Teachers are very important too. It's hard to see how they came to that conclusion here, but didn't come to that conclusion in our earlier case we had today. But again, I know we need to take each case individually. Those are my thoughts, board members. I'll draw it back to you all as you're thinking about. We are back on. There are three sets of motions we have to take. The first was taken, a finding of standard 2 ethics violation. Our next motion has to be to accept or modify the sanctioning. And Ms. Rollins, I'm sorry, I haven't asked you in a while if you have any thoughts or comments or questions.
Well, Dr. Moore, I'd like to go ahead and modify the PLSB board recommendation and move that 1-year suspension and add it to the probation years. Weren't they giving him 2 years? Could we make the probation period 3 then?
Ms.
Is that
James
right?
is coming and she can answer to you.
Yes, ma'am. The previous recommendation was suspension of license for 1 year, followed by probation of license for 2 years.
I'd like to go ahead and modify that to make it probation for 3 years with all the training that went with that.
Okay, so just to restate, your motion is to modify the sanctioning to be 3 years of probation with the required training.
Yes,
as
ma'am.
laid out. And a fine, was there a fine to,
Probation would typically be a $250 fine.
okay. Ms. Rollins, did you hear that? Was that included in your motion as well?
Yes, it would. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion to modify the sanctioning. Is there a second? And then we'll answer questions.
I second that.
Okay, a second by Mr. Henderson. But questions or comments, board members?
So my, I agree with you. This is so, the facts that come before us and the decisions we have, there's just so many factors and inconsistencies in the outcomes that it is kind of a challenge. But in this particular case, I think that there was just extremely poor judgment on your part in using your position to, and I'm going to use the word intimidate. I don't know about bullying or harassing, but there is no question that when someone is in a position of authority, that they need to use that judiciously and very carefully. And I think that you did step over the line with respect to that portion of your role. So during this probationary period, if that's what this board chooses, I would encourage you to just, proceed cautiously in using the authority that you're given.
May I ask for some clarification on the motion?
Yes.
Just, okay. $250 fine, 3 years probation, the code of ethics training, the 2 books that are listed, the bullying class, separating fact from fiction, 1.5 credit hours, and then typically we require a written reflection on each training or book. On the previous recommendation, it was due to the PLSB for approval within 30 days prior to the end of suspension. Would you like that within would you like to add to your motion a different time period for the written reflections?
Ms. Rollins, did you hear that?
I really couldn't hear her. I'm sorry.
So the questioning is as to whether all of the trainings and courses listed in the initial recommendation, if those are in our motion, and when that written reflection is due. Right.
Yes.
So everything listed there to be included in the motion, and the written reflection, initially it
Yes.
said 30 days.
Prior to suspension removal, we would just need to know when you would like, if you were asking to modify for that, just when you would like for that to be due.
Okay,
I mean, 3 months is good.
90
I mean,
days
okay, 90 days.
from the date
90
of the
days.
order.
90 days from the date of the order, okay. So we have a motion.
Oh, I'm so sorry. What about the quarterly reports
What was
during
in-
the period of probation?
Yes, I'm sorry, I don't have all that
Okay,
in
I'll,
front of me. So,
okay,
yes, I would like to include that as well.
okay. I think that's everything. I'm so sorry.
Okay, thank
there-
you.
No, no,
Board
that's-
members, questions on the motion?
Are there additional costs? Because I noticed on F, there's to pay all associated costs. Is that in addition to the fine?
Yes, that is the cost that would be associated with the books
Okay.
and the class. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we have a motion to modify the sanctioning. Is there any additional questions or comments on that?
So just so that I understand the ramifications, if he's on probation, he can still go back to being a superintendent?
Yes, he would be able to return in any capacity.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
But our probation does, I mean, if an instance were to occur, what is triggered during a probation?
Typically, in the cases that we have where someone has been on probation and they have another ethics violation, typically they will go ahead and recommend the next level of sanction, which would be
Okay.
suspension.
Okay.
I can't guarantee, it would again depend on the facts, but typically, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if another ethics violation was turned into you all, it would be immediately flagged? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, we would, whenever we took it to the ethics subcommittee, I'm sure they would remember the name. If not, we could let them know this person is currently on probation for a similar or different matter, depending on the facts.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion. Any additional questions on the motion? Ms. Rollins?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then we will be ready for a vote. Are we okay for a vote?
Did y'all take a vote on the, of the violation of standard 2?
Yes, so that was
Okay.
a motion by Mr. Bragg, and that
Okay.
was standard 2.
I thought you did.
Yes, so our second motion is by Ms. Rollins, and it was seconded by,
I don't know if we've even gotten that far.
yeah, was it?
I second.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Henderson seconded it. Is that right? Okay. And so now we are in for a vote on this, on the motion to modify the sanction. All in favor say aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed?
Can I abstain?
Yes,
I'm conflicted.
on the record. So Ms. Woods is on the record for abstaining. Motion passes. We now have a third motion that needs to be taken on the rationale behind the sanctioning.
Yes.
The rationale listed,
I can read it to you,
Okay.
if that would help. This is from both groups. The superintendent used his position of authority negatively for a personal matter. Multiple district personnel were subjected to the superintendent's negative behavior of bullying and harassment. The superintendent failed to take accountability for his actions. The superintendent violated district policy 3.38, bullying. High negative impact on school culture and subordinates. The superintendent used his position to bully and strong-arm his subordinates. The superintendent held meetings with subordinates that lasted an extended period of time during which they were bullied. The superintendent allowed 2 individuals in the meetings who were not supervisors at the district. The superintendent made multiple negative public comments regarding the district school board.
the rationale, so we need a motion to state your own rationale or give the rationale that has thus been given.
Just a comment, if we are alleging that he intimidated, I don't know if the use of the word bullying in our rationale should be included. You just- That just provokes a strong reaction, and so I don't.
Bullying, yeah.
I like
Just so-
intimidating, cause I agree with you, so I don't know if we wanna substitute that word, but.
We could substitute intimidate for bully in every instance, other than the bullying policy, because that's what it's called.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Okay, so is anyone prepared to make that motion on the rationale?
I move we accept the rationale.
Okay, accept the rationale. Would you like to exchange the word bullying for intimidating? Okay. Is there a second to that?
Second.
A second by Ms. Hunter. Questions or comments? Okay, we'll take a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get that order ready for you.
Okay. We have one more action item agenda, and then we'll do the consent agenda and then take a break before reports. Action item number 11, the election of state board officers.
Yes.
Oh, that's
That's
yeah,
me?
There you go.
It's
You're
on to
on.
me. After a grueling and heated debate between Ms. Hunter and Mr. Henderson and myself, the nominating committee would like to nominate Dr. Moore to serve as the second year as our chair, and then Ms. Rollins to serve as vice chair for a second year. So that is our official nomination.
And do we take a vote on this?
I think we do.
Let's ask Courtney, do we take a vote, or Ms. Salasford, do we take a vote on the nominating committee's recommendations?
Yes, so Courtney Salasford for the department, if you will, as representative of the committee, say who you all nominate. As a board, you can decide to accept those nominations, or any individual member can make a substitute recommendation or an alternate recommendation. Then you can vote on those either separately or together.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll say it is the official motion of the board to nominate Dr. Moore to be our chair for the 24-25 year, and do you want me to do it separately from Ms. Rollins? Or can we just do it together? Okay. And then to recommend Ms. Rollins to be our vice chair for the 24-25 year.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Well, thank you. We'll keep working.
Great.
Keep going. Let's do consent agenda, and then we'll let Miranda pack up, so we'll take a break before we do reports. Consent agenda, are there any items that individuals have questions on or would like to be pulled for a later meeting? Ms. Rollins, are there any items? Okay. Okay. What do you think? What do you think? Okay. I did, Ms. James, if you don't mind, I'm putting you on the hot seat today. On action agenda item 3.
Yes, ma'am.
This is, again, every case I know needs to be taken independently, but this is one where the initial recommendation was overturned. And I
Yes,
just have a lot of additional questions about why that was overturned and if the proper sanctioning was given at the end.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to see if any other board members looked at that one and had similar concerns. Looked like to be maybe multiple issues in multiple schools over a period of time.
If it's on consent, do we need to pull it then to have
Yeah.
a discussion next month?
Yes, ma'am. You would make a motion to pull the case or move the case to next month's action agenda and provide the rationale for the review. It would be an evidentiary hearing if you'd like today.
I see that this seems to have high negative impact on students, so it was surprising that the the revocation was overturned. Can I pull it as chair? I don't know. I think I can pull it. So we'll go ahead, and pull that item.
And the
I wish we didn't have
rationale-
these cases to begin with. So I'm sorry to put the board through another one, but I don't want us to, I know things happen, and obviously there are mitigating factors. But at the end of the day, if we're the last to look at these issues, I want to make sure that's the best decision.
And would the board vote on that? Just, I believe in the letter that we send to the educator, it states, the board voted to
Okay. So
pull and
we'll pull
move.
it and then take a vote on that.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Do you need a second? I'll second.
I don't think, I think someone, well, let's do this. Is there any other items that need to be, wanted to be pulled from the consent agenda? Ms. Rollins?
No, thank you.
Okay. So if someone could make a motion to approve the consent agenda, pulling item number 3.
Make a motion to approve the consent agendas and pull.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Woods. Any questions, comments? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Dr. Moore, would the board like me to request the evidentiary hearing transcript?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And so we'll see that case next month. Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in, is that it? Yeah, that was a consent agenda. So now we're on reports. We'll let our court reporter pack up. We'll take a 5-minute break and come back.
When we think of what is at stake here in the month ahead, and our folks who is, and actually, pardon me, Secretary and Director, listed in, and President Zelensky and President Biden are going to be walking up to the signing area where they are going. So we signing the security, and we just sort of make that announcement there, on the stage here on the sideline of the G7 summit. This is an agreement to follow months of negotiations between the U.S. and Ukraine, and we expect to commit the U.S. for 10 years to continue training of Ukrainian armed forces, to more cooperation between the production, weapons, and military equipment, which is happening all over the U.S. many countries, and to continue provision of military equipment and greater intelligence sharing. But we have to consider the conflict range. The United States plus the other elements of the G7 signed joint resolution for Ukraine. 25 listed companies joined Turkey. These agreements forward the long-term bilateral commitment to Ukraine. President Zelensky and I have just now signed that agreement between the United States and Ukraine. Our goal is to strengthen Ukraine's federal defense and deterrence capabilities in the long term. The lack of safety in Ukraine must be underwritten by Ukraine's own ability to defend itself now and ensure future protection in the time in the future. The United States will help ensure the Ukraine can do both. Not by sending American troops to fight in Ukraine, but by buying weapons and ammunition. Ukraine is intelligence there. Including Ukraine, very Ukrainian citizens stationed in Europe, the United States. Again, interoperability between our military and mine and NATO standards. Especially in Ukraine's defense industry, showing time and time that it can fight our own community. Working with the Ukraine partners to build a future force that is strong, sustainable, and resilient. Supporting Ukraine's economic recovery, as well as energy recovery, Russia continues part of Ukraine's sustainability with massive attacks and the civil defense compared to the war of Ukraine. All these lines of development are laid out in this agreement. Vision, the G7, achieve significant outcomes. No
Okay, welcome back. Okay, we are on to the report section, and we're going to hear first from Ms. Whitlow on the Marble Lane School District. Thank you all for being here today.
Good afternoon. I love all this happy laughter and things to celebrate, and so I think when you hear from Dr. Tran today, you're going to hear some great news about the work that's been going on in Marble Lane, and he brought some people with him today too, so lots of smiles, and so I'm just going to turn it over to Dr. Tran if that's okay with you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Tran, and thank you for those of you who traveled here today.
Thank you, Ms. Whitlow. Good afternoon. How is everyone doing? So these are all my supporters from Marble Lane that traveled all the way down here. So first I want to say thank you to them because without them, I don't think any of this would be possible. So thank you.
Yeah.
But like I said, I'm here to report on the work that we've done this year, and we've done a lot of work. We turned around a lot of things where things are happening now, and I'm very proud to say that we're on the right path. So let's start with the presentation. That's if it's work. There you go. Okay, you got the old slide up. So they got the old slide up. Okay, so do you guys have the updated one? Let me double check. Yeah, I have my slide.
Dr. Tran, would you like us to come back to it in a minute? Any more time? Or?
The only thing that's different is my data slide. I added more stuff in there. So what I'll do is I'll read it to you all, and then that way, that's the only thing that's different.
Yeah, and then they can email it to us.
Yeah, and I'll email it to you guys. It's all the same. It's just we updated the data slide because there was some of the stuff that we were still trying to go through it. But anyway, you got the slide there, so I won't present because then it just changed. But what you have there is, if you look at the first slide, which is the academic data slide, right? I'll show it anyway. Oh, there you go. So the academic data, as you can see, is we got a lot of growth. We grew a lot this year. So we had NWA data as well as DIBELS data. And you can see from K, 1 to 9. And the one that was missing was the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And what I can say was for the 3rd, the actual average rate at the end of the year was 181, okay? So that grew 10 points. And then 4th grade was 188.9, which grew 7.8 points. 5th grade was 182, which is 4.3, grew 4.3. And then 6th grade was 195, okay? So there were changes throughout the whole actual data itself. And then on the other side, you can see the math and the ELA growth. And like I said, I'll send it to you guys again, but that was the updated one. It was just adding those missing pieces in there. And then, as you can see from the DIBELS data, our kids were able to read compared to from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, the oral reading fluency grew. You got 1st grade. They grew by 28.9 words per minute. That's phenomenal. And then you got your 2nd grade, 35.9 words per minute. 3rd grade, 36, and so you can see there. So kids were reading at a better rate by the end of the year compared to what they started off at the beginning of the year. So that was very crucial. And again, like I said, it's due to the hard work that our team, our interventionists, and our support staff, they got and then did what they needed to do. Moving on. So with student support, in order to get everything that we got, with the data that we got, we had to do a lot of work, right? My principals, curriculum specialists, including myself, we actually conducted small group interventions where we taught them back to the fundamentals. So I'm not too sure if I mentioned to you all that, when I got there, we were trying to find out what the issue was, right? What was the core issue? And so looking at the NWEA data and everything else, we couldn't determine what the core issue was. So we stepped back and we actually gave a simple arithmetic and reading test. And we found out that kids did not know how to do simple arithmetic, like double digit. They could not subtract double digit numbers. They could not add double digit numbers. And this was in the 5th and 6th grade level, right? So knowing what the issue was, the team got together and then we started working to ensure small groups, to ensure that the kids were able to do those things. However, we couldn't spend a lot of time on that because of the Atlas test coming up. So we had to put that on pause and continue on. But anyway, we also put a strong emphasis on the Atlas writing because that was a new part of the test this year. So we concentrate on the hamburger method, and let me tell you, from what we started off with at the beginning of the year to what we ended at the end of the year, it was a major change. And they can tell you, we had kids that could only write like a paragraph, a sentence or two. By the end of the year, with the hamburger method, they were able to write introduction, they were to write 3 paragraphs utilizing evidence from the actual script, and then a conclusion, right? So again, great works, hats off to every one of them. We also had teacher-facilitated dialogues with students to encourage them to express themselves, right? Giving them voice, because at the end of the day, every single child has a voice, and allowing them to voice their opinions, voice their concerns, so on and so forth, that was a good thing. Then our high school teachers, they actually created a Saturday math boot camp and ELA reading boot camp on their own. It wasn't an initiative that we thought of. It was something that the teachers said, hey, we need to get together on a Saturday, mind you, Saturday, right? And teach these kids, provide them with tuition intervention, and kids came. And the kids that came, even though I had to bribe them a little bit, with snacks and treats and all that, but they came. The kids that came more than 3 to 4 times during those sessions, 100% of them grew. So we know intervention with small groups works. We also hired another interventionist over at the high school, and it was a targeted intervention teacher, and she worked with those groups of students every day until the end of the year, and again, we saw a lot of growth with that. So again, like I said, I'm all for intervention. I'm all for small groups because it actually works, okay? And that's what student support we did. Now, going to family and community engagement, okay? So we successfully held our first Black History Month in over 3 to 4 years, okay? We had a show, we invited our parents. It was a joint elementary school and high school, and they all came together, as you see in the pictures, to present and provide a show for Black History, and it was great. Parents came, they enjoyed it, right? And then in addition to the Black History Month, we also hosted our first ever elementary literacy night, both at Marvel and at Elaine. And a lot of parents and students came out. And again, these are things that we started doing because it hasn't been happening over the last few years. And so the team now, they are bonded together, like they work great as a team, and they're working with the community, and we're actually ensuring that the community comes to our school. It's not something that we're working in silo, but we're working together. And again, like I said, I have a lot of community members today here that are in support of what we're doing. We also did a climate survey to our parents, students, our teachers, and you can see there the percentages. One most notable, 9% of our staff and teachers like work at school now, okay, compared to last year. Over 60% of parents agree that school strives for high academic standards. Over 70% of our parents believe that school makes an effort to keep them informed. 100% of our parents believe that their child tries hard in school. That's a big difference. And then the last one, 72% of our parents like the school, while 28% of our parents were neutral, which is pretty good. They didn't dislike it, they're okay, and they liked it. So again, I think those are great results to have, especially when the school was going to close down, right? And with all the turmoil and all the things that was happening, to have these results was pretty outstanding. Then we come to our fiscal governance and district operations. Again, the district is pleased to report significant improvements in fiscal governance and operations. We've been working with APRSC to ensure that our books, our finance department is up to par, and Ms. Vicky and APSRC and Mr. Scott, our finance person as well, they're working hard, and we are actually getting better. So being that, our audit was last year, we had a few issues, which we know, but we're cleaning that up. And so hopefully next year when the audit comes back, it will be clean, because we're working hard to ensure that. Our current fiscal condition is robust and sustainable. We are in the black, very much so in the black. We have minimized a lot of positions that wasn't needed, right? And so we came together and we said, okay, what is it that we need? What is it we don't need? Because at this moment in time, what we need is to concentrate on our students. And that's what we did. So at the end of the day, everybody who is employed at the district is working with a kid, except for two, which is Ms. Vicky and Ms. Dawson, who is our district office secretary and district office finance person. But everybody else, even our secretary at the high school, she also has, small groups with kids doing social emotional stuff, so counseling. So again, it's very deliberate in what we're doing. And because of that deliberate and that intention, we're showing a lot of the results that we're getting. And then finally, I want to end it up with, we have been featured in various news articles highlighting the excellent work happening throughout our schools. We just received another grant, which was the phase two, of the Arkansas Collective. So we got the first phase, we finished that, and now we've got the second phase. We're also looking to, hopefully, for this to come through, to partner with Morehouse to do a virtual biology course, the first in the state of Arkansas. And so we're looking at that. We're working to ensure that that goes through. But again, a lot of great things is happening in the district. And before I end this report, because I know we got some parents and some stakeholders and some teachers and students that want to come up and say great things to you all. But I want to say that we're doing a lot of hard work, right? And at the end of the day, I think it takes, the saying, it takes a village to raise a kid. This is my village right here. They helping me raise everything. It's not me. It's not me. It's everybody on my team. Because without them, I don't think we can do this. It's with them, it's with their dedication, their hard work that enabled us to come in and say, hey, this is what we need to do, right? How do we get our kids to sit in the chair and get educated? Last year I had reports of a high school child that just wandered to school, like was never in class. I made it a point to get to know that child, and guess what? That child was sitting in class. Whether he was learning, different story, but he was sitting in class. He was sitting in class, trying to learn, okay? Because, that's the first step. Wandering is different. Wandering, you're not even in class. But now that child was sitting in class and attempting to learn. And we got a lot of feedback from our students at the beginning of the year. They're saying that we want to learn. We just want to learn. And so that's what we did. Principals, like I said, they did a great job in ensuring that learning is taking place in the classroom. Okay, thank you.
thank you for coming in and sharing with us and for the community here. Do we want to ask Dr. Tran questions or comments at this point?
Or
And
do
then-
you want to give time to those who want to come and speak to you before you ask
Yes.
questions, and then that way?
Okay.
Yeah. So who do we? I know it's.
I guess it's part of the presentation.
Come on, don't be shy.
Yeah.
Don't be shy.
So we usually do about 3 minutes a person for public comment. We're including this in your presentation, not as public comment.
Yes.
But we'll follow those procedures. Thank y'all for making the drive here today and being patient as you waited till it was your turn. So we appreciate it.
Good evening. Mine is very brief, and I want to thank you all for allowing us to come and speak today for Marvin E. Lane School District. To the board, Dr. Tran, Dr. Collins, and everyone that represents Marvin E. Lane School District, and to all the staff. I work and know all the staff, okay? My purpose here is to let you know as a parent what Marvin E. Lane has done to improve from my standpoint. I walk the halls. I go and I walk the halls, and Dr. Collins don't say anything. He see me, he just keep going. And what am I doing? I'm observing my daughter's classrooms. I'm observing the teachers. I'm doing a whole lot of observation because it's very important to know what she's doing in her classrooms, right? And so my thing is to let you all know about math. The math camp was so important to my daughter. She would come and say, I'm struggling in algebra. I said, well, baby, you're on your own. They done changed that some. But so, they came up with the math camp. And with the math camp, I want you all to know that she beat the teacher to school. She said, we were running late. We need to get there on time. And so we get there at least 10 minutes early sometimes, waiting for the teacher to pull up. And I think that is a good motivation for the students want to be there on time and extra early. That's showing signs of responsibility, respect for the leadership, and the willingness to do that, right? That takes a lot from students who went from a school who almost wanted to close, that faced challenges throughout the community, right? Thanks to the school board for allowing Marvin E. Lane to stay open. With this attendance, I want to say that there's room for growth. There's a whole lot that the schools can do, the students can do, the staff can do. And I want to let you all know that we are small in community, but we're big and hard. With that being said, I want you all to know that Marvin E. Lane is striving, the parents are striving, the community is striving, and I want to let you all know, don't give up yet. Amen.
Good afternoon to all the board members and Mr. Collins and Ms. McNutt and everyone else that traveled here today. We fall down, but we do get back up. We fell down, but we got up, and we got up, and we have been going ever since school started last year, thanking Friendship for coming in and staying up on their word for what they were coming to do. And so we all pretty much use social media. If not every day, every other day, it's something there for us to see. Announcements letting us know about what they're having, where they're having it at. And most of the time, I try to make sure that I'm there as a parent. And I have attended, they've done literacy nights. They do the same thing in Marble. They do it in Elaine for those kids because you know the distance that it is. And so I witnessed several parents have come out and participated, and the engagement that everyone has is, and the learning that the kids are doing. When I walk the halls, you just see the kids in classes. They're doing what we want them to do, and that's listen and learn, listen and learn. They excelled academic-wise, progress. Even with the athletics, they did better this year. And the reason for that, those kids did not have to worry about, I tell them, your school's you're not gonna be here. They didn't have to hear that. They were more relaxed. When I drive up on the campus, everyone, the teachers, they're out there. They helping, assisting the kids to get in the building and greeting them. And all of that, everyone playing a part, community, with whatever we have going on at that school. It's just been great this year. And I know that it's going to get even better. You have to crawl before you can walk. And so I feel like we've started running already. My daughter graduated this year. This is what I wanted. This is her thank you note that I made. And the reason why I did it like this picture meant a lot to me. She did the invocation at her graduation. Her sister in Seattle did her graduation cap. I overnighted it to her. And it says, His glory, my story. She has a story to tell. She was one of those that was depressed last year. She didn't know that she was going to be able to graduate from her school. But with God's grace, we're there. She graduated. Thank you all for everything that you've done.
Thank you, and congratulations to her on graduating.
Yeah, thank you for that. And again, like I said, our teachers are coming back. We got more people who's applying for jobs at Marvel Lane compared to what we had before. And again, what Friendship has brought to the table in providing professional development, in providing intervention support, in providing facility support, financial support, everything that we've done, the third-party contract that you allowed us to take part in and to go through actually works. Okay, so again, we want to say thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yes, please.
Good afternoon to the Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Tran, and members of the school board. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before you all. My name is Aisha Barnes, and I'm a freshman heading into my sophomore year in the fall at Marvin E. Lane High School. I would like to share with you how Marvin E. Lane has improved and helped me grow academically. In the beginning of the school year, as a freshman, I was worried about my education and if the school would be able to provide me to the proper education I needed after all we faced last school year, as we learned about the changes we would be up against. I was concerned about the teachers and if they would make learning fun to reach my peers and interests. Throughout the school year, our principal, Dr. Collins, made the school year more academically fun and exciting. He helped us by bringing in programs like Lexia to help us correct our grammar and improve our English skills. Dr. Collins rewarded us for our positive behaviors and academics throughout the school year. We were able to attend a few field trips and tour colleges. At one point, I was struggling in algebra and worried I wouldn't be able to make the grades I desired until my teacher advocated for us. Our algebra teacher, Ms. Henderson, she came up with the idea to start a Saturday school program to help 7th through 9th graders improve their skills in math. When I went to Saturday school, I didn't expect it to be fun, but more so like a regular school day. Instead, it was fun and I learned plenty of skills. As I kept going, I saw an improvement in my grades. I wasn't just focusing on algebra, but it was the highlight of my year that I felt needed to be shared. We all need a Miss Henderson to advocate for us when they see their students struggling, because we don't always know how to ask for help, even when we know it's needed. While focusing on algebra, my grades in other classes were good, but not where I imagined them to be. By attending to the program allowed me to be worry-free, and my grades improved in every class throughout the school year. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming and sharing with us today.
Phillips County Teacher of the Year at Marvin Lane.
So congratulations.
Good evening. My name is Ruth Brown, and protocol has already been established, but I just wanted to let the board know that the culture of the school from last year to now has greatly improved. And I'm just speaking from my turn as a teacher. Last year, I was so depressed because I felt for the children. and we didn't know what was gonna do, but I'm a praying person. I just kept on praying. And I stayed in my classroom during the school board meeting, but my daughter, I heard her yelling, so I knew that it was reversed. But this year, Mr. Collins, Dr. Tran, Friendship, they came in with a positive note. The teachers felt joy. I was able to spread that joy to the students. And every day I come in enthused. My favorite historian is Mary McLeod Bethune, and one of the things she said is the potential of students require change. So as a history teacher, I can't teach history like I was taught years ago, but I love history. But I have learned different strategies. Ms. Barnes is one of my students, so I have to learn different strategies to help the students for today, because I already know when I come in the classroom, they have social media, they can know all of that. So I have to come up with different strategies to teach my students and to also make it fun for them and hold them accountable and hold myself accountable. And I want to thank Dr. Tran. I want to thank Mr. Collins. I want to thank the school board for sending people in to help us, the literacy coaches, to help me do my job. And I just pray that we have a better year, and I want you all to believe in us and trust in us to help bring us up out of the water. We're out the water, we're still floating, but we're gonna make it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tran. Board members, questions or comments? Yes, Mr. Brack.
You mentioned, I think you indicated a lot of your success was breaking out smaller groups.
Yes, sir.
How do you actually do that in a class? Did you bring in another teacher just to work with them while the other class?
Yeah, so we have different times in the day, and sometimes during the classroom that we actually pull out as well. So depending on the subject, we actually do, like for example, when we did the elementary small group, when I had my group of 10 kids, we actually pulled it out during math time. And then that way they get that math intervention support as well. And then because at that time we actually stopped teaching the standards, right, just for a few weeks, so that we can catch those kids up to what they're missing, even though 3 or 4 weeks isn't enough, okay? But we had to start somewhere. And so again, we're gonna have to try and do again this year, because like I said, those students that were missing, they were 5th and 6th graders who could not even do basic double-digit subtraction. So at the end of the day, like I said, yeah, during any time of the day when we can, we pull them out. And so we're looking towards next year and getting more interventionists. I've asked my principals to hire as many interventionists as possible, okay? Because at the end of the day, that works. And if that's able to pull up those kids' foundation skills, then that's what we need to do, because that's what's lacking.
Good. It's encouraging to see your progress.
Thank you.
What are some of your bigger challenges that you see going forward for next year? You've made a lot of improvements,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
there's still a ways to go. So,
So I think we're still an academic challenge, right? Because at the end of the day, our kids are not where they're supposed to be. You're talking about 5th, 6th graders that are doing 1st grade, 2nd grade work. So that's our major concern this moment in time, so academics. So we're working very hard to try and bring that up, right? Because the Atlas test isn't gonna go away, nor is it gonna get easier. So we have to raise that bar. Second is teacher recruitment, it's HR. Being that we're sitting in the Delta, it's not easy to hire great talent. I mean, I have great talent right now, but I only have one of them. If I can have like 6 Mr. Collins, 10 Miss McNutt, 20 Miss Ruth Brown, I guarantee you that school will be a different story. But at this moment in time, we have great teachers, but we need more. And so just trying to get them to come down to Marble Lane, even Helena, West Helena. I'm part of the co-op, the Great Rivers Co-op. We have issues in getting great teachers to come down because, it's further away from Little Rock. And so I think those two are the biggest challenge. I think this year, going in to stabilize the school and change the culture, I think we've done that, right? Change the culture to expectations of being in class, expectations of trying to learn, expectations of teaching, right? So I think we did a great job this year with my leaders in changing those expectations and our teachers understand the expectations now. It's not so much of, okay, we're just gonna come in and just do our work. I managed to get our IT person, who is the math teacher at the high school. She has a master's in math. Who would have known, right? IT. She has made one of the biggest changes in that school. She has taught a lot of kids, and at the beginning of the year, when I asked her to fill in that position, she goes, Tran, I don't know. You know, I just don't know. IT is my thing. I don't want to go into classroom no more because I've been burnt. Now, we ask her, I don't want to leave my kids. They're my babies. Even though she's like, I'll give you 2 years and then I'm going back, but I'm pretty sure she's gonna keep it because it's her babies. It's her babies. And like I said, she was the one that created the Saturday session. She and another teacher were the one that thought about that Saturday session. Who would have thought? You know, we didn't have a lot of kids coming, but we did have kids coming, and that's great. It's a start. And so we just need to get that ball rolling and get them come in. But who would have thought kids actually enjoyed Saturday sessions? So.
So I love to see it because I'm from Phillips County, even though I'm
Yes,
a
ma'am.
cougar, not a Mustang. But
Gotcha. Uh-huh. I see you.
Shameless plug.
Yes, ma'am.
But I love all the progress of the students. I love the Saturday boot camp. Are you all doing anything this summer as well?
Yes, we are having summer school as well. The high school is having summer school, the elementary is also, and also pre-K. But again, you know, during summer, a lot of kids tend to just want to do the holidays. So we try to incentivize, just like we try to incentivize the Saturday sessions. So I was like, try and get snacks that they can't get down there. Trying to get them to go to field trips, like, hey, you do well in your exam, you actually try hard in your exam instead of just click and done, then we'll take you, So at the end of the day, there's more to come, but it's the beginning, right? And I think we just need to have a level, and then we're gonna build up on that.
Love that.
Thank you.
You know, I want to compliment you, Dr. Trans, the staff and community on your accomplishments. I remember, it seemed like it just wasn't that long ago,
Yes,
we were
sir.
in Marville voting to keep the school open. So, you know, I'm really excited to hear this, you know, especially when I read 72% of parents like the school. That's the first step.
Mhm.
If you got the parents, more than 2/3, you got the students. And 28% neutral, they're sitters, quitters, and getters. The getters, you're getters. Sitters are the 28%. Those numbers don't represent none of the quitters. So again, great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rollins? Well, thank you very much to you and your team and all the community for coming today. We want to continue to support you all in the best way we can. And just thinking back to the past year, you know, this couldn't have happened a few years ago without the legislative changes through LEARNS that allowed this to happen. And seeing that progress and seeing sort of where the community can go from here is exciting.
And I just want to give a shout out to ADE. I can't forget them. Desi, I mean, Miss Sheila Whitlow, you know, you got Miss Stacy Smith, you got every single person, and Dr. Saunders, you know, just to name a few. I mean, there's a whole bunch more, but Desi has been such a partner with Friendship and Marvel Lane, and we treasure that, because at the end of the day, like I said, without them, without our parents, without our stakeholders, without our kids, teachers, principals, this wouldn't happen. So again, thank you to you all, because at the end of the day, you made it happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that just made my heart happy.
Well, thank you to you and your team for the work y'all are
Thank you.
doing. And
Yes. And I do want to say that we have been on site, dropped in often, and there have been a couple of times I've shown up and I couldn't see the administrators because they were in their small groups doing their interventions. So kudos to you guys and all the work that you've done. We appreciate it. So the next report is for Watson Chapel. And since we last met, I was just going to let you know that they have entered into a comprehensive.
Yeah, we'll let y'all get out for a second. Yeah. Y'all got a long drive. Thank you. That's so nice.
So, I love them. That's mine for my drive home. I gotta have something for the drive.
Something to look forward to.
Yeah, I know. It's my sparkling energy.
All right. So since we were last together to discuss Watson Chapel, I'll let you know that they have entered into a comprehensive support contract with an external partner, and as well as announcing that the superintendent, Mr. Wilson, has shared that he is going to retire after this year. And then also, there were questions I wanted to update you on the staffing. So as of yesterday, there are 8 open spots in the district for teachers. 8, yes. So there are actually 2 at Coleman Elementary, 2 at the junior high, and 4 at the high school. And also want to share with you that the board, the school board for Watson Chapel are here, and if you would like to hear from them, they're willing to speak to you today as well.
I just have a quick question. What's the difference between a comprehensive support contract and a transformation contract?
So they are not running the district. The district is, it's where, Marvel Lane, they came in and are running the district. They are providing support. They actually have 453 days of coaching, but they're coaching the superintendent and the administration that are still running the district.
Just a higher level of support.
Yes.
So the transformation contract too would also be required to come to this board and be approved.
Got it.
Because then it kicks them into the other alternative accountability piece.
Got it.
Thank you.
This contract, is it underway? Has the work
Yes,
started?
they started, and they actually added some days for the month of June. So they had added 15 days, and they're working with the district level staff that are on site right now and in the business office.
Ms. Whitlow, so I know that I had read the newspaper article about the superintendent.
Yes.
I believe I had read another article about a new building principal at the high school.
Yes.
Has that been hired?
Yes,
position been
building
hired?
principal has been hired, and the board will have to share more about that because I'm not familiar with the person that they've hired, but they have hired a new principal.
And I know there's some movement with the school, or there was movement because of the construction going on. Now that they have an external operator in that sense, what will your team's role be? And what does that look like in the next year?
So what we have been doing, first of all, this past month, we stepped back and allowed them to begin their work, not get in their way, but we will be checking in. And I think maybe Ms. Smith might want to talk about that a little bit more.
So again, the way the transformation contract or comprehensive contract, however we're calling it, is they allow the school district the opportunity to get things correct without the state stepping in and directing every move. So at this point, we'll step back and do more of a monitoring. If they need us or need support for a specific thing, we will push in. We'll be definitely doing monthly monitoring checks and frequently on campus. But as far as us being the direct ones there, directly coaching the principals, directly coaching teachers, directly coaching the superintendents, we're gonna step back and allow the district and their contract to be able to provide those services.
Do you feel, you all feel confident in that work?
Yes.
That
Yes.
it can be done in that sense?
Yes, and we have worked with the coaches, this past year, some of the coaches from this group that have been working with the district and have seen some positive impact from that coaching. And so with 453 days of coaching on site, supporting not only the building level, but also the district level leadership, yes, we do.
I think I'm asking these questions because we, for this past year, we have considered whether we need to take more action with the
Right.
district. I would argue that we've seen districts in similar positions in the past. Everyone's unique, but
Mhm.
that rose to the level of a state intervention.
Right.
I think our sort of posture now is to try to support and
Right.
provide as much resources to the district such that the state intervention doesn't need to happen.
Mhm.
But at the same time, we don't want to push things down the road and allow students to not be in class or
Right.
fail and not learn.
Mhm.
So it's good to hear that y'all feel confident in what that work
Mhm.
looks like, though I know so much of everything rests on leadership.
Right.
And I guess we'll hear from the board
Right.
on what they think that leadership looks like and how they're going to hopefully be able to find strong leadership to move
Yes.
forward with that work. I think also secondly, we've talked, but there's a lot of state money going into this district for facilities. And it's very exciting to build a new high school. It's very exciting that Pine Bluff is building a new high school
Right.
at the same time, 3 miles apart. And so thinking about our state role as we're, as the state is entrusting both districts with a lot of funds to build new facilities, are they being used well and in the best fashion for students? And can we think outside of the box more? Can we provide more college and career options for students, CTE options for students in high schools? And so I would hope that y'all are able to have those conversations, not around facilities as well as you're working with the district. If it's okay, can we invite up the board? Or
I have
yeah.
one other question, and this is just a crystal ball. It's probably very unfair for me to ask this question, but we just heard, some very positive progress from Marble and Lane. Do you think, and I mean, in a relatively short period of time, do you think that the comprehensive contract that Wisen Chapel has entered in will produce similar progress and improvements over the coming school year? Or, I mean, I know, or you can tell me that's not fair. I mean, which is fine, but I mean, time, money, it's all important, but more importantly, it is the time of those students that we don't want to waste. We don't have it to waste.
So I'll jump in there too, and I think when you kind of reflect on the journey that Marble Lane has been in to get to the point where today feels like a little bit of celebration, but it's also a realistic conversation because we've heard it very clear from the parents, the students, administrators, teachers. We have not arrived, but
Correct.
we are moving in the right direction. They weren't moving in the right direction because they didn't have some fundamental pieces in place. Good teachers matter, good leaders matter, good governance by the board matters, and community support matters. That's what they have now. And when we look at the condition that Marble Lane was, we had a community that came to us begging us to say, please use Learns to save our school. You have to do something. And that's when we said we can bring in an external operator because the governance structure to manage the day-to-day operations was not there. So that's when we entered into the contract with Marble Lane. When we were doing our state board meeting in Jonesboro and we were continually getting an update, every month we were hearing more and more that basic governance structures are not in place to make sure students have schedules, staff is being filled, contracts are being signed. We started having concerns, and then I even made the comment, this is a district that needs an external operator,
Right.
or something like that. So I would even say to the board's credit and to the district's credit is they went back and had a board meeting and said, we need to get somebody in here to help us out because we, as a state agency, should not be running day-to-day operations. We should be working to help make sure that the district has what they need, the governance structures in place, and monitor and provide additional support. I feel really good about the fact that the board is being proactive in recognizing that they need on-site support, day-to-day operations. They may not need somebody to take over. They may have the right principals in place, the right district folks, the right people. They just need a little bit of coaching, a little bit of support, and understand a new way of doing work to make sure students are getting access to grade level and accelerated opportunities. And that's what they've done on their own. Our board didn't force them to do it. Right. So there's a big difference. So there's still going to be, and I want to say level 4 support. That's not going away. We still have to make sure that they're meeting their conditions, but we're also going to work now with an external partner that has a proven track record of success in this state with moving school districts in the right way. So if we stay all focused and diligent and make sure we're doing what we're all supposed to be doing, I do think in a year from now, you will hear that same story.
Thank you.
Did we want to invite up if any members
Sure.
of the school board wanted to speak? Thank you all for coming here today, and thank you for your patience as we've had a long day.
If it's okay, I'd like to approach. I've just got a short handout to pass down. So, good afternoon. Thank you very much for having us again this afternoon. Secretary Levi, I appreciate your words of encouragement on that, sir, and indeed you're spot on. And it's not typed up in my comments this afternoon, but one thing we talked about is getting our students educated and getting them ready for their future. But one thing that's happened the last couple of weeks is we have renewed our partnership with Central Maloney Inc. in Pine Bluff, and it's a major company that makes transformers. And this, 2 years ago was our first year with that partnership with their CEO, Mr. Chris Hart. And we had 7 certified welders this past year. It went from 7 to 14, so it doubled. So that's very encouraging. But we thought that this school year may have been the last to do that. But Mr. Wilson and Mr. Webb met with Mr. Hart and the executives of CMI, and I'm pleased to report that we're going to extend that for 1 more year. So they get a lot of credit for doing that. I'm thrilled with that, sir. So when I came up today, wanted to try to be proactive, and I wasn't 100% certain what the subject matter would be, but we felt like it would probably be centered around the announcement of the retirement of our superintendent, Mr. Tom Wilson. So I've tried to type this up, maybe speed things up a little bit for us, because I know y'all have had a long, long day here. But I'll try to tackle this, but I'm going to paraphrase it. I'm not going to read this to you word for word. But Mr. Wilson did announce his retirement at a special called school board meeting on June 4th. That was last Tuesday. You'll notice that a requisition was opened on the very next business day. I have a copy of that for you, just so you can see that it was open and it's run. And we followed up at our regularly scheduled school board meeting this past Monday on June 10th. To date, there had been 5 candidates had applied for it. 2 appear to have met the qualifications. If you'll also look at it, it says that the job posting ends on Monday, June 17th. And we are pleased to report that one of the qualified candidates I mentioned above we've already proactively set up an interview with that person. That'll be this coming Monday at the school district building. So that's where we are with that. We also have a proven process, SOP, regarding how that interview process, what that's going to look like. So we've tried to get in front of that as well, if there were any questions on that. One of the things that is important, that we just haven't sat on our laurels on this, that we've tried to be proactive on this, but a lot of times superintendents can be found by someone that we know, and there's lots of friends of the Watson Chapel School District, if you will. But I just, not to name drop, but some of the people you'll see I typed in there that had current or previous affiliations with the school district there. So Dr. Jerry Guess, Jennifer Barbary, Danny Knight, our attorney, Cody Keys, some of the friends at the ASBA. They've been great for us over the years. So I just wanted to mention that we are working hard on it. And so I think that's worthy of mentioning. Again, back to the Bailey Group, who we've hired. Very, very excited about that. They are have a lot of school districts to the south and southeast that they have helped for the last year or so. They have moved into the state of Arkansas, very encouraging, and what they've been able to do in the school districts that they've worked with. So to your point, we are very, very excited about the comprehensive support as opposed to the transformational contract. So before I move on, I know I'm going fast, and I don't mean to be talking like an auctioneer, but are there any questions for me on anything that I've mentioned thus far?
Board members, questions?
So I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So how would you characterize the staff's acceptance of the Bailey Group and their coaching?
Yeah, so far, everything that I have heard is very, very encouraging. In fact, Dr. Ivy Pfeiffer spoke at our school board meeting this past Monday night, and I'm so glad that you reminded me of that. but she said that the feedback and the two-way communication has exceeded their expectations, and they have already talked about, found some improvements. There are two that really come to mind for me this afternoon. One is ways to improve communication from the central office down, both ways, and then also finding where there might be some areas to improvement as far as SOPs and standard operating procedures on different things on the day-to-day activities. I know I use that in my office, and that helps keep us in order. So thank you for that question very, very much. So I appreciate that. I jumped up here and started talking, but I failed to mention my fellow school board members who were with me today. So if y'all would either stand or raise your hands. Goldie Whitaker, Kevin Moore, Mac Milner, Rosemary White, and then there were two, Mr. Hartsfield and Ms. Compton, they were here last month when we were here, but they were not able to be here today. They send their regrets, but they've been very engaged with us on this process, on this journey. So some more on the second page there, just speaking about some of the things with the Bailey Group. We also felt like you may have some questions about what's going on with the construction and what that's going to look like going forward. But we're pleased to report that we did the official groundbreaking back on Tuesday, May 21st. The contractors are telling us that they're got a little bit behind due to some of the rainfall, but they're back on track, on schedule with some of the favorable weather that we've had.
Can I ask, how far out are they projecting to be done?
The target is to be in that school and the new building in the spring semester of 2026.
Okay.
Yep. So that's gonna be quick. They won't have much time to get behind. So hopefully the weather will be favorable for us. But great questions. Thank you. Is there anything that I forgot? So also wanted to mention that Mr. Cody Keys is with us today, and he's been a great service and just a great advisor and legal service for him. And we're very much appreciative of him. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much to you and your board members. You have an important public service job, and I know you don't get paid to be here today or to do the work you do. And I know that when you're doing a building superintendent search, all of the things, it's very hard. So we appreciate your time and dedication to the district.
Well, and vice versa, thank you for you and all of your service there. We consider it to be a partnership, and we're working very, very hard. We have a fantastic school board, and everybody, has different ideas. And when we're in an executive session, there might be some debate and discussion, but when we all come out of there, we get those taken care of. And that's just how everything should not be rubber stamped. We should, everybody listens to other people's ideas, and that's what makes a school board function.
So, I have one more question. And if this steps over I'm sorry, if this steps over the boundaries or whatever, and you can't talk about this, but with respect to the superintendent search.
Yes.
So on here so basically the job's being posted for 12 days, and then it's going to close that. And then I've read in the local paper, since I'm part of your community, that, you hope to have it filled by the end of the month. So, I guess my question is, why the rush? Especially whenever we know that the leadership position is so vital to, just the whole plan. Was there any thought to naming an interim and taking a little longer time, a broader search?
That's a very fair question, and it's a good question, so I'm so glad that you mentioned that. So Mr. Wilson is going to be with us through June 30th, and if the right person applied and the interview went well and it was the game breaker type that we are looking for to take our school district forward into the future in a positive way, then that would be a target, but I don't think that's hard set in concrete. And in fact, it would be better to be patient and hire the right one than to try to rush to have it filled by a certain date. But we would hope that in a transitional period that Mr. Wilson would be able to spend some time with the new superintendent. And that would be the methodology behind that target date.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are any of your two candidates that were qualified recommendations from any of the friends of Watson Chapel that you mentioned?
Yes,
Okay.
I think the short answer to that would be yes. But I'm not gonna divulge any names at
No,
this time.
I'm not
'cause that
asking
would-
you to.
Yeah,
I
I know,
just-
I
did
know.
these come out of
I know.
nowhere,
Stay
or were they
tuned.
recommended?
But we are working hard on that.
Okay.
It's something we take very seriously. Again, it's a pleasure. Thank y'all for allowing us to come and speak this afternoon.
Thank you. Ms. Whitlow, did your team have anything else? Okay, thank you. And we will keep going. Board reports, any board members have any reports? to share?
I went to, I think I've talked to y'all about that there is a dyslexia center opening up in Fayetteville. So I went and had a visit with them, last week before, and they are gonna be doing some really exciting stuff and trying to partner with schools in Washington and hopefully Benton County and beyond. They have a Dyslexia 101 seminar next week. But just the training that they're gonna have for teachers is awesome, and I'm really excited to just kind of see where they go with that and what we can do potentially to help.
That's awesome. Well, and I saw that the Early Childhood Committee is meeting tomorrow, so we'll be excited to hear more from Ms. Keener at the next meeting about how that meeting goes and updates from that group. With that, then we will hear our report from Ms. Salam. And this is the worst part of this position, is that this is your last formal meeting with you sitting up here, but we know we will continue to see you and celebrate you more next month.
Yes, this is my final,
Swan song.
yes, my final board report. So can I borrow a clicker or is some, unless Kevin will take. Okay. And you know I'm short, so let's see. Woohoo, look at me. All right, so my first point of order is that I was invited back to my high school, my alma mater, to give the commencement address at graduation. So, aging myself a little bit, but 20 years ago, I delivered the benediction at my high school graduation, and I returned to deliver the commencement address. So it was a full circle moment for me, and I was ecstatic to share my journey and inspire the next generation of graduates to chase their passions with relentless determination. And this is my my congratulations to all of our 2024 graduates, because really and truly their adventure is just beginning. And so I wanted to make that note to them. And there I am, I wore my regalia, and I actually got a chance to walk with the staff, some of my own teachers. So I love that. So you work with me, then it didn't work with me. Helena, West Helena. I think it's just me being so short. It's okay.
No.
There we go. Thank you. The next thing is I was actually awarded a graduate award from Arkansas Tech University, which is where I got my Master of Arts in Teaching. So this is the Jim E. McGee Award, and I was selected as the 2024 recipient, which is presented annually to the most outstanding graduate student. So it's supposed to be someone who is in the top of their field. And so me being the Arkansas Teacher of the Year, I was awarded there on stage in front of everyone. And when they announced that I was the Arkansas Teacher of the Year, I could hear the crowd go, ooh. So that was a great moment for me. And so there I am with the president of the university. And I had the opportunity this month to speak to the Arkansas Retired Teacher Association. I had big fun with them, and as an educator, I deeply value the wisdom and the legacy of our retired colleagues. And I was a guest speaker, and I was incredibly honored to share insights and experience with the very educators who have paved the way for all of us. And they're still very much active in education in Arkansas, and I had a good time with them, so I was very honored. And I got a chance to celebrate some novice teachers this past month. I hit the road, literally, with Jackie Starks, who is the cooperative mentoring specialist at Wilbur D. Mills, and we went around and we showered some novice teachers with recognition and encouragement. These teachers were recognized by their administrators throughout the year for their passion in teaching their exceptional skills. So we got a chance to stop by their schools and pop in and just highlight them and spotlight them. And I had a lot of fun doing that. And then finally, I've been enjoying doing the Educator Spotlight every month. And the first one is actually in my school district in Helena, West Helena. And those are my second grade teachers. And so that is Mrs. Anderson and Mrs. McDaniel, and they were my second grade teachers, and I got a chance to walk with them at graduation, and that was just a very special moment because my mom has a picture of me in second grade in those exact same poses, so I thought that was special. I wouldn't ask her to find the picture though because that would be a whole moment in itself. And then finally, this is Kent Tarvin. He's a science teacher at Cabot Junior High North, and he was my intern last year. And so I got a chance to pop in on his classroom with his students and check in on him and just see how he was doing in his first year. But he was my intern the year the semester, which I went to DC and everything, and so I got a chance to visit him in his classroom, and so I love that. And this is my end of year review, just to share some of my it's more than just 12 months. From the time they announce until like right now, it's almost 18 months. So it's been a whirlwind journey. It's really, truly a once in a lifetime experience. So here are some of my pictures over the past year, including me floating at Space Camp, which is not me really floating, but it's amazing what we can do with technology today. So that's me and some of my A-Toy sisters on the day I won, October 14, 2022. And I threw out the first pitch at the Travelers game, and it made it all the way down. It looks great on video. I was very proud of myself because my daddy told me not to embarrass him, who had played semi-pro. And then there I am at the White House. And then for back to school, I actually stood in front of the Capitol with my little first day of school. And so since this was my year of service with the state, I stood in front of the Capitol. And the bottom picture is me at Space Camp, and then speaking at Educator Commitment Day. And there I am with the MLK Commission speaking. I enjoy doing a lot of work supporting them and volunteering this year. And then there I am with our 2024 Teacher of the Year, who happens to be here, and that's Mr. Bo McCaslin. And so he starts his year of service next month. And so I thought this was a great way to segue our years together. So I appreciate you all supporting me over the past year, and I've learned so much being on this board about protocol and procedures and things of that nature. So I really value what I've learned from everyone, and so thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. It's amazing seeing just those pictures side by side of those teachers that impacted you and then you with the teacher that you impacted, and thinking about all the other teachers you've impacted in your career before now and then this year, and most importantly to all the students that you've impacted through that.
Yes, can't really show pictures of children
yeah.
sign releases. So, but yes, I've certainly enjoyed meeting students from all over. A couple of months ago, I got a chance to go down to Sheridan to do the Atlas video, and I got a chance to cheer with the girls, and they gave me their pom-poms, and I was like, I so miss being around just students. But every day I meet students from everywhere, and they automatically tell me things about themselves. Apparently I'm the teenage whisperer, so they automatically tell me things, and so I love that.
That's amazing. Not many states are able to have the Teacher of the Year in this position, and I'm so glad that we do, because we get to, getting to know you and learn so much from you has been amazing.
I can honestly say Arkansas has one of the top Teacher of the Year programs in the country.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's amazing. Well, thank you all. And you'll be back next month. It's not goodbye forever. and be back as you're welcome. Bo, welcome on the board with us.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you. With that, Commissioners report?
I'll be brief. Just want to thank the board for all the work that we've been asking for you above and beyond, with all the extra briefings and workshops and extra meetings in between meetings to help continue the great work that we're doing, especially with LEARN's implementation. and to let you know that we're hoping to have another meeting in a couple weeks before the July meeting. So
props to Mary for all of
we're
her
not going to
organization.
slow down. We're going to keep the good work going. So we got a wonderful team, and just take a quick minute to thank Capri for her service this last year. You know, we get to meet teachers in many different fashions in our lives, sometimes as students, peers, colleagues, and even in this capacity. And I can tell you that you are the type of educator that every educator should aspire to be. And you have been a joy to work with. And so I know we'll formally recognize you next month, but just so the folks here know, sometimes I might have a crazy idea here and there, and every time I've called Capri and said, hey, you want to help go do something fun? She's never said no. So we like people with that get it done attitude. So I say that to also welcome Bo and let Bo know that Capri set a high bar, and we already know you'll disappoint us. I mean, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, but you'll do a great job. And we look forward to passing that baton at the next board meeting.
Awesome. We do have public comment unless you had any more. Okay, thank you. We do have public comment. We appreciate you all sticking with us through a long day. You know, we used to have longer meetings like this, and my stamina has gotten down a little bit from sitting all day. But we've heard a lot of hard things, but a lot of great things today. So we have first up Gary Newton signed up to speak, and then we'll have Mr. Julius Wright and Ms. Charlene Wright.
Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary, members of the board, Madam Chairman, I'm Gary Newton with Arkansas Learns. Because I believe you have been misled by opinion, what follows are documented facts. On September 15th, 2023, you were presented with a proposal by the Arkansas Department of Education staff regarding the return of the Pine Bluff School District to local control. In the staff's presentation, it was revealed that the proposal was crafted with counsel from the Arkansas School Boards Association, a non-governmental, private 501c4 advocacy organization. The ASBA has a well-documented history of opposing holding school board elections when most Arkansans vote. Without law, rule, or precedent, the staff's and ASBA's recommended proposal prescribed the staggering of elections in Pine Bluff, with one member elected in 2024, one in 2025, one in 2026, two in 2027, and two in 2028. And yet, the law clearly states that full local control requires that a board be elected in a school election, not over 5 school elections. Yes, the law requires terms to be staggered, but only after new elections have been held, most commonly following rezoning based on the decennial census and upon return of state-controlled districts to local control. For recent example, when the West Helena School District was returned to local control, all new elections were held in November of 2016. When the Pulaski County Special School District was returned to local control, all new elections were held in November 2016. When the Little Rock School District was returned to local control, all new elections were held in November of 2020. For those of you on the board at that time, imagine the rightful outcry had you imposed Pine Bluff's plan on Little Rock. Though the 2 attorneys on your board challenged the basis of the staff's recommendation, the board ultimately voted to approve the plan. On October 17th, 2023, 32 days after your vote, Secretary Oliva requested that the State Board of Education, that the State Board of Election Commissioners issue a declaratory order regarding a decision which you had already made. Rather than an open-ended question, the request was a 4-page legal argument justifying the State Board's decision. Because the request was not public, there was no opportunity for a counter-argument. On October 25th, 2023, 40 days after your vote, the State Board of Election Commissioners ruled that a state school district that shifts from state to local may hold elections for its new school board members in multiple years rather than all at once. The State Board of Election Commissioners' 6-page declaratory order also restated much of the legal argument made in the Secretary's request. For your record, I have copies of both the request and the order. Members of the board, the legislature and governor determine the manner in which school districts elect their boards, not a division of the Secretary of State's office. Just 13 days after the declaratory order was issued, the director of the State Board of Election Commissioners, who was CC'd on the original request as Secretary of State Thurston, accepted a new position as counsel for the Arkansas Department of Education. We have been told that legislators have requested an Attorney General's opinion on the issue, but it has not yet been issued. But that too will be a non-binding opinion. As with local school districts, there should be always a healthy, constructive tension between boards and staffs. As we have witnessed over the past few weeks, the decisions and proposals made by the ADE staff are not always in the best interest of this board or the people you are sworn to represent. Across the state, potential school board candidates are already gathering petition signatures, with the filing period beginning July 31st and ending August 7th. But in Pine Bluff, if your decision is allowed to stand, its citizens will not elect its board majority until 27, and it will not have had the opportunity to elect its full board until 2028. When you add on the years of state control, that's a full decade without electing its entire board. Further, because Pine Bluff is a zoned board, there will be great disparity in the community between a minority of board members accountable to voters and a majority of board members accountable only to themselves. As you know, the A in LEARNS stands for accountability, for teachers, for schools, for districts, for the ADE, and for you. And as long as Arkansans choose to govern our school districts by elections, accountability resides with the voters. At your next meeting, we respectfully encourage you to expunge your previous vote and reconsider your decision to deny all new school board elections in the Pine Bluff School District. If you decline, we encourage anyone wanting to run for school board in Pine Bluff to request a school board election packet from the Jefferson County Clerk. And if denied, request that officials produce the law which allows anyone, including the State Board of Education, to cancel a legally required school board election. In Arkansas, the people rule, and we should never have to use the courts to protect our voting rights from our appointed representatives. Thank you all very much for your service and for your consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Julius Wright or Ms. Charlene Wright, whichever you prefer to go first.
Because I want to continue what Mr. Newton said. Good afternoon, board members. I don't want to call it time is, I got up at 4 o'clock this morning. You all know who I am. I'm a concerned stakeholder of the Pine Bluff School District and a member of the Education Committee of the Pine Bluff unit of the NAACP. In May, I requested to have public comment at the Pine Bluff School District Board meeting. I was denied that. I was even told in the meeting they were going to come up with some rules and regulation allowing public comment. And I appreciate you all. I've been coming here, about 4 years? About 4 years now. You've never done that. I've been given public comment. But I had to resort to the commercial because I knew that Superintendent Barbaree had been given a heads up that we were, as Mr. Newton stated, we were circulating a vote of no confidence in her. And part of in an attempt to give that or to disseminate that, I was denied. So today, I would like to let you all know that we have circulated a vote of no confidence in her. She promoted the school millage doing state authority without being transparent with the community. And she promoted the furtherance of an appointed limited board with staggered elections, as Mr. Newton stated, dictating that Pine Bluff would not have a single election for an elected board. She was hired without being interviewed. It wasn't advertised. But yet, once she got her position, she advertised all 5 superintendents, principals and assistant principal positions. But yet, she didn't see a need that her position would have to be advertised. She failed to make sound decisions. She puts before the board without 3 bids, things that should have 3 bids. I even said at the last board meeting on the front row, one person asked her, did you get 3 bids? Then she came again with something that she had to say, let's table this. She allowed our liability insurance to expire. Did she get a bid? Or she just accepted the higher service? She failed to address the academic decline of the district by placing inexperienced leadership in our buildings. We did not have the Atlas Test Bank operational, and I'm just listening even to Friendship with Marble Elaine. They're saying these other tests that they use. We were promised in 2023 the Atlas Test Bank to make our formative assessment. That has not been done. That has not been done. All I'm seeing is a rerun of the ACT expire. We were not given release items. We were told if we looked at the test, we would lose our teaching. Like, yes, I was an instructional facilitator in Watson Chapel and the Pine Bluff School District, so I know. The only ones that were privileged to release items were privileged teachers invited to summer assessment alignment studies, and they were given forms of the test. So therefore, everybody didn't have the same opportunity. And I'm saying this is a rerun now of this. And then you know what, I wanted to say something else. I was really listening to Watson Chapel. I wanted to cry because the Pine Bluff School District was not given the same opportunity as them. Are they, and I like what you asked. You said, what's the rush, didn't you? You said, why the rush? I was out there charging my phone, but I was looking. Why the rush? Are they avoiding a stakeover like Pine Bluff School District was forced upon? They had accredited status. What, less than 6, 9 months? And again, Mr. Wood said, shouldn't they be in a level intensive support? Are you turning a deaf ear? Are there double standards, as Mr. Wood stated? Pine Bluff, we were forced, and then when I asked, why are we still under fiscal distress when we have corrected this? Barbara Warren didn't give me an answer, Barbara Reed didn't give me an answer, and then when I heard last year from you, you asked that question. I didn't attend the state board, but I was listening at home.
Ms. Wright, I appreciate it. You are double time. Keep going for
Okay.
a minute. Just close up if you don't mind, because
Okay,
we
I'm
do
gonna
stick to our
close up, and
procedures.
you asked,
and
was
let both of y'all
Pine
go
Bluff
over.
on level 5 due to academic standards? And it was stated no. You ask again. I said, why is he asking it? Then it was answered because the superintendent asked that we be placed on level 5. I listen and I keep it, but like he said, there's double standards. All we're asking is the law be applied to Pine Bluff. You need to withdraw where you told us we had to have staggered elections. Barbara Reed should have left the district June 30th when her contract ended.
Mr. Julius Wright, would you like to make comment?
Good afternoon. We certainly thank this day, given an opportunity to speak. To the State Board, Secretary Olivia and Chairperson Dr. Moore, and all others present. I am Julius Wright, a concerned Pine Bluff District stakeholder, a member Educational Committee of the Pine Bluff unit of NAACP. Thank you for allowing me to make comments. I applaud you looking at and revising the manner in which our school would receive ESSA report grades. Since 2015, not all students and teachers were privileged to the released items from the ACTS assessment. There were a select group of teachers that were privileged to forms of the assessment by attending by invitation to summative alignment studies. The school was rated on the best ACT invitation to summative alignment studies. The school was rated on the best ACT assessment in 3 years when it was only given in the 11th grade. If this is to stay the same, please give us the ACT assessment to the 9th through the 11th grade students. The Arkansas Department of Education administered ACT Aspire assessment, knowing that Arkansas was the only state in the United States to administer the assessment for the past 7 years. The ACT Aspire writing tests were never graded. Teachers were told if they looked at the ACT Aspire assessment, they would lose their license. We were told by the Arkansas Department of Education that the Atlas Test Bank would be accessible to all teachers to make formative assessment to prepare their students for summative assessment this past spring, and that did not occur. In hopes that all schools would be equally assessed, these test scores should be an indicator whether the state distributed the Atlas Test Bank equally to ensure that all students, teachers, and districts have equal access to the manner in which they will be assessed, and not the actual ESSA report grade for the schools this past school year. In closing, we support the ESSA report grades and the new Atlas assessment, but we would like for you to achieve equity, political rights, and social inclusion by advancing policies and practice that expand human and civil rights, to eliminate discrimination and accelerate well-being education, economic security of Black people, and all persons of color. Thank you for allowing me to have comments as a Pine Bluff School District stakeholder and a member of the Education Committee of the Pine Bluff unit of the NAACP. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Okay, but then no one else has signed up for public comment. That will be the close of our meeting. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you for staff for the work you do to make our meetings run smoothly. And sounds like we might see each other before our next scheduled meeting in July, but you'll be in touch with us. With that, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.